It's time for something that's really going to be regrettable, probably. But promise is a promise. It's time, as long as I can handle, of very cheap crowd control. Now, you might be wondering what very cheap crowd control means in the grand scheme of things. I noticed some numbers were going a little wacky, so I turned VSync on. Don't mind that. That's just to prevent things from breaking down when crowd control really starts getting going, if this takes off hard. But some of you may not know what crowd control is, so before we get into the nitty-gritty here, I'll explain. Crowd control is an extension by which anyone here in the live chat, obviously you all on YouTube, if you watch the VOD later, you can't do anything with this, unfortunately, because it'll be something from the past, so unless you have time powers, you're not really doing anything with that. But there will be a little button, it should be in the top left, because I believe that's where I put the extension on the screen. But yeah, there'll be a little button there. You can redeem a handful of free coins, for one, through that button, and two, you'll have a list of effects. They all should be fairly self-explanatory, but if they don't make sense, you could either ask or just push the button to see what happens. What those buttons let you do is, through those variety of effects, you can affect the game that's being played. In this particular case, it's Peglin, so you'll be able to do things like launch the ball you see bouncing here in different directions. You'll be able to take items from me, give me items, deal damage to me or the enemies. It'll be on screen. Got a lot of options to work with there. And I've made them all pretty cheap. They're all pretty cheap. Like, I think the most expensive effect is not even 50 coins. And your free coins should be, I believe, 50. Since I had to buy Pro to do this, which Pro is just like $8 for a month, not really that big a deal. But this was a game that was in the early access section of crowd control, so I had to have Pro to go here. Which that's gonna lead to some interesting things we can do later. That's neither here nor there. Yeah, that's the short version of how crowd control works and what it does. Basically, it is pay to fuck with things. You can really cause a lot of nonsense with crowd control. And if you're not into Peglin, don't worry. We'll be playing the original Castlevania later, which also is going to have a lot of cheap, interesting effects. It doesn't have a ton of weird effects, but it definitely will have an impact. Let's put it that way, based on what I saw. Now, for those who don't know what Peglin is, it's exactly what you see on the screen there. You play this little goblin that's at the top left, trying to go through a series of fights using orbs that bounce like pachinko balls. That's basically it. Like, it basically is Peggle as a roguelike. If you don't know what Peggle is, well, again, same thing. Shoot ball, bounce it off pegs until you cleared all of them. In our case, we will be using those pegs to empower attacks and do a variety of other similar things in order to defeat the enemies in front of us. Nothing too complicated. There's going to be a variety of different orbs we can use based on what I pick up along the way. Relics will have passive impact, as is pretty usual. Like, we can get some examples by looking here in the encyclopedia. You believe there'll be some options for that in here. Or not, because there's not much in here, because the last time I played was before a lot of that information was available, I think, because it's been a long time since I played this game. Like, a long time. Like, I wouldn't say that the game was new. Like, I wouldn't say the last time I played was when it first came out, but I don't think it had hit 1.0 when I had last played, if that gives you any context. I'm pretty confident it's been at least a year at a minimum. I should have looked before I booted it up to see when it was, but I forgot to do that. As such, I don't have the other characters either, because I don't think any of them existed last time I played this. But we have extra rewards, so that'll be useful to us anyway. There's the Zeri. Now, I could turn on increased difficulty. We're not going to do that. Crowd controls are already going to be difficult enough. So we'll just roll with it. Just get this show on the road here. So we can start with one of these three items. The grabby hand. Flying enemies are attacked horizontally and can take 1.5 damage from projectile attacks. Reduce, refuse, recycle. Bombs detonated while navigating provide 5 gold. Or the ambiguous amulet. Wall bounces contribute to damage. I do like wall bouncing, so we're going to take the ambiguous amulet as our free bonus. There's our boss at the bottom, and we have to go through all of this territory to get to him. As you can see, we got 2 plants with 70 hit points each and 2 slimes with 60 hit points each, as well as a bunch more slimes incoming. That may seem like a lot, but understand that you can build up power quite rapidly here in this game. Especially if you're any good at bouncing this little ball around. These bar pegs here refresh the board from what I recall. So you can use them to expand how much you get done. What we're gonna do, since we can take advantage of wall bounces, is we're gonna send this ball going that way. Okay, there's the refresh coming into play. Bombs will attack everything on the screen. Like that. And there we go. First enemy's gone immediately. And there's the slime coming in to replace the enemies that have been defeated. Fortunately, most things on this screen are going to be destroyed there, Zeri, so you might want to adopt them fast, depending on what you're trying to adopt here. They are going to kill us, so we need to get rid of them first. Oh, okay, that'll be fine. They'll live for a while. Unless the crowd control deems otherwise. Because there is just a kill player button within the extension. And it is currently fairly affordable. Which I'm sure won't have any consequences for me in the future at all. Which it is worth noting for everybody watching that the crowd can pool their coins together in order to make effects happen that may be otherwise out of their reach too. So that's worth considering. We can now pick from these 4 items, or we can heal or get an orb. Or upgrade an orb, rather. So we have the Inferno Orb. It's lighter than other orbs, so it bounces higher and falls slower. Detonates bombs in 1 hit, destroys wooden shields in 1 hit, and deals 2 self-damage when attacking. So I'll hurt myself for 2 when I use it. But for every peg it hits, it deals 3 damage, and for every critical peg, it does 5. Yeah, you know, gotta do what I gotta do there, Jay. How you doing? So far so good. Crowd control has not yet kicked in enough to get out of control, so we'll see how it goes. Got the best foot orb, which the first peg it hits is upgraded by 10, and it can target any enemy. Most orbs can only hit the first thing at the front. It is 2 damage per gray peg and 3 per crit peg. This company applies double damage slime to every 9 pegs hit. Double damage slime makes the peg durable and contribute double damage. It only does 1 per gray peg and 2 per crit, so it's not great on its own. Your bust, gain 1 circle when attacking and 2 bulwark when after attacking. So you gain extra damage and armor, basically, from this one. We're gonna go ahead and take the best foot orb. is being able to target anything will be useful. That'll be all we need right now. Now, in order to go on, you actually need to send yourself down the track that is in front of us here. Don't go that way. That's bad for you. I want the question. Or, rather, there is a reason why you'd want to go the skull way, because that is a combat, but the question mark will do interesting things. So we can get a Splat Orb, Susceptible, or the Inferno we were just looking at. So the Splat Orb applies Rubber Slime to every 5 pegs hit. Rubber Slime makes pegs durable and extra bouncy. Let me also get the crowd control thing on my screen here, so I can keep an eye on whether it's working properly or not. See, this is exactly why I wanted to check, because I see that an effect has been queued. Bear in mind, when I'm in the navigation menu and in doing stages like this, certain peg types will not pop up yet. They'll appear the next time they're relevant. So your effect is queued, you don't need to worry. It will happen. But yeah, the Splat Orb, Rubber Slime makes things bouncy. Susceptible, every 2 crit triggered applies 1 Exploitable, which makes enemies take extra damage from critical hits, and it can target any enemy. I kind of want the Splat Orb for Chaos. To be fair, Jay's got a fair amount of nerve to begin with. It's fine. And how's it going, Natra? So far, not a lot's happened yet, but we've only just begun. Looks like we're getting the Susceptible. Nope, we're getting the Inferno, which that's fine. We'll take that. 2 self-damage is not ideal, but it'll be okay. Nice, nice. Hopefully work's going reasonably well. I forgot how bouncy these travel pegs are. So it's going to take a little bit to get used to that again and actually get better control over that situation. There you go. Now your bomb peg sent. Let me go ahead and put my foot in my mouth first, yeah. And there we go, the bomb peg that has been requested has appeared on the board. That is impressive, honestly, that you've managed to get a 38 stream streak. You've been here quite literally, I think, since you first found the channel. You haven't missed a day. Okay, if these tree folk get to us, they're gonna punch me, and I don't want that. That'll be the opposite of helpful. Get the crit, so we get lots of damage from our knife here. They have lots of hit points, though. Maybe a little bit. I can't really say much about that because I am in a similar boat, but at the same time, I also do this for work, so... You know, maybe some variation there a little bit. That'll get rid of the guy out front. He doesn't get to hit me. Now you'll notice they form an obstacle when they get taken down. Oh, so now I gotta deal an extra 200 to get through him to start hurting the other one, which is gonna be a bit of a problem. So what I can do to be clever, hopefully. Except I forgot about that being lighter, but the bombs will make short work of some of this issue. There we go, 155 from that and 2 bombs, so the obstacle will be deleted immediately. All according to my cunning scheme. Double crit. Not getting quite the results I was hoping for. Now you'll notice a lot of them have special attack animations too, like the best foot forward actually kicks them in the face, which is pretty fun. But he is very dead. Since you phrased it that way, go for it. The context helps. Oh yeah, I spent a good long time committed to playing Peglin, but I kind of burnt out a little bit, so that's why I hadn't touched it for a while. Uh, yeah, we'll take the ball lightning. We can actually do multiple things on this screen. Used to be, I believe, you could only just get the one thing, but they've changed that to be a shop every level now. Oh no, Natra. You have definitely made a choice that I can't say I haven't made before. Is fun fact for all of you, when I first became Drakamut, I may or may not have done a similar thing. The first PNG model I used may or may not have been made the night before it debuted. Okay, so Shock Absorber deals 1 more damage for each bomb detonated that battle. The Sphere attacks Pierce 1 extra enemy. And the Double Trouble is Multi-Ball. Multi-Ball's fun. I would like to get that, but we'll see what ends up happening here. Which, I may as well tell the story of how I actually became a VTuber for everyone while we're doing this. I don't think I've actually told this story in detail here. Yeah, Zeri, I know you know the story because you were here the whole time. I mean, you knew firsthand some of that. Yeah, the mighty hair, that's not so much here anymore. Yeah. A lot of that's fallen out since then. But yeah, basically, the short version is, I made my first PNG tuber, actually, because of a charity stream I was joining, is everyone else in that stream was a VTuber. So I'm like, okay, before we have this whole awkwardness of and causing people to feel bad because I'm gonna be the only one that doesn't have a model there, I'll just go ahead and make one. Because it'll be easier. Make this silly little thing in one night, throw a Santa hat on him for fun. And after sitting there with that, for that session, got in my brain, I'm like, you know, this was fun. And the rest is history. I literally made the more significant PNG models and everything because of that moment. That's all it took, was just, you know, that this was amusing. And it also meant I didn't have to be on camera anymore. So, it was a win-win at that point. And now, like 2 or 3 years later, I forget how long I've been VTubing at this point. Been a couple years now. And it's all because of that one charity stream. Which was also the only time I've ever streamed Among Us, and probably going to remain the only time I've ever streamed that. Oh yeah. I knew many VTubers. Yeah, I knew quite a few, most of which I'm still in touch with at this point. Keyword being most. There's a few that stopped VTubing and disappeared entirely, a couple that I just stopped talking to, one reason or another. Some, like Zeri, who have changed identities basically entirely since then. A lot can happen in a couple of years, point to that statement. Yeah. See, that's exactly the thing there, Natra, yeah. That's all it takes, because you just get the bug in your brain about it, and it's like, you know, I can go somewhere with this. This could be a thing. Because I had already debated it a little bit before that charity stream, but having that actually there is what cemented that as a thing. Because I talked to some other or flesh tubers or face cam streamers, whichever way you want to refer to them, is that was most of my circle at that time that I was actively streaming with about it, because they were debating it too at the time. And I was like, you know, if I ever actually sat down and made a thing, I could definitely see myself doing that. And lo and behold, here we are. I was never opposed to them. I just did not think it was gonna be the main move I wanted to do. Because it was a lot more work in some ways, but it was also a lot less work in some ways. Yeah, that's also fair, Zeri. Part of my original concern with being a VTuber was having to stick to one character. Which, as y'all know, I kind of cheat with that by having the multiple options either way. Because, you know, shapeshifting is a hell of a drug. Yeah, that's basically just how that all unfolded. And I believe the VOD for that charity stream does still exist on the YouTube. I don't think I ever got rid of that. Because all of the facecam streams from before the VTubing days are still there. It's not like I'm hiding my face or anything. That is not my reason for VTubing. Even though the anonymity is nice. So if people were ever curious about that, that does exist. That honestly can be so liberating to just full reset. I'm stubborn about keeping things, is why I've yet to make a full new channel. I'd considered it when I became Drachima. I had genuinely considered it. Just like a full clean slate, full reset. But I'm like, no, I do not want to disconnect from who I was, because at that point, as things were progressing, I had not changed that much. Honestly, though, and I know I told you this at the time, Zeri, the moment you start having people whining about something like that, that's the moment those people just get chucked out the window. Don't let people determine what you do. Is yes, you know, obviously part of being a streamer is giving your audience what they want to a degree, but they also need to understand that they don't steer the ship. Let's see, we got the Jupiter. Shoot a laser that activates activates pegs every 7 pegs hit. Attack pierces all enemies. Bully Ball gets stronger every time you take self-damage, so it would really only work with our Inferno Orb right now. And the Balance deals splash damage to enemies immediately to the left and right of target. We'll go ahead and take the Jupiter. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not really giving you too much hell about it. That's more, I'm giving people the advice using what happened there as the example. Go ahead and upgrade that orb immediately as well. Yeah, exactly, Inatra. It's a balancing act. You've got to stay true to who you are. Like, yes, please them a little bit. Like, for example, what I'm doing right now. So this was also something people paid for anybody that missed that whole bit. This was one of the Donathon incentives from the Donathon not too long ago. So that's why we're in the position we're in right now. That is an important factor, is you have to know who you are to be able to stay true to who you are. Now, I've made a terrible mistake here. I should have targeted this at the bat. As long as there's not an enemy in the way, actually you can even target past them, but I believe it'll hit the intervening enemy anyway. Oh, then again, we have Ball Lightning out right now, so that would target all. We actually want to point here then, because if we get a crit, which isn't going to be too hard to do, we can make that work. Exactly. I should have went for a longer shot there. Yeah, and that's another layer of the advantage, at least for me, from switching to VTubing, is I could change what the expectations were to allow myself to be a little bit more what I wanted to be. There are times where I genuinely consider bringing the camera back, because there's a camera sitting right there on top of the computer from when I was using the Live 2D. Because there are things you can do with a camera that you can't do with a model unless you have a very advanced model. This is going to do nothing because no bombs have been detonated. The only bomb that was detonated with this. That's not going to work at all. No, it did count in. PNGs are fun, but they're limited. Therein lies the problem. Yeah. I mean, you can do that with Live 2D too, though. Because you don't have to animate everything with a Live 2D model. You just need to animate the parts you want to move. Everything about VTubing is overrated at this point, let's be real here. Every single aspect of VTubing has people that have the grass is greener mentality about it. People with a Live 2D are like, maybe I should get a 3D model because 3D models do X, Y, Z more. People with 3D models are like, but there's cool stuff about Live 2D models that maybe I should get one of those. But a PNG model takes less CPU and can do a couple things here. It's just a cycle of everybody wants what somebody else, what they don't already have. There's benefits to all of them. And that's kind of the thing that drives me crazy watching the discourse about all these things going on out on the internet. Because, of course, internet discourse is fucking idiotic half the time to begin with anyway. That is also absolutely understandable there, Natra. Let's see, we got the notes for Batu, which heals us for the damage it deals, but deals 15 unblockable self-damage when you attack, and every time it gets used that battle it deals 7 and more, which is why this is not as strong as it sounds. Because you will end up blasting your own face off with it if you're not careful, especially if you have a small orb. Alright, Natra, good luck. And yeah, this is exactly the thing I'm talking about there, Zeri, where people want something just because it's not the thing they have, and then they'll end up being unhappy anyway. Yeah, I need to end up actually changing that up anyway, because I have something that'll be a bit better for a laugh anyway. The initial intent behind that was just a wild laugh, but I have advanced a lot since then. I need to go back and clear out a bunch of the old emotes and replace them with things that fit better and make more sense, but it's all such a long process. Yeah, we'll go ahead and buy infection with every attack. That seems useful. Like, there's a bunch of old emotes that'll stay, like the spin, and a lot of the ones like that will stick around. But ones like the laugh there may change their nature, may end up being removed and replaced. Can't YouTube get emotes, or did they never actually pull pull through on doing that. I know it was claimed that was going to be a thing at some point. You stumble onto a strange mirror with shadows flickering in the reflection. Drawn closer until your nose is nearly touching the glass. The shadows are speaking a language you've never heard before. You understand their offer. Either remove all orbs or remove a orb in exchange for health. Now, obviously, we don't really want to remove all of our orbs, but I wouldn't mind getting rid of the shock absorber. Get out of here. Well, of course, there's always a cost. Brace the infernal energy and push your shock absorber level 1 through the mirror. Hope the shadows make good use of it. I wouldn't be surprised if you have to reach the point of being a monetized channel, or they let you have those. Go to the combat instead of the other question mark. Get the crit so we can get rid of one of these bats quicker. I did debate getting rid of the pebbles, but the pebbles at least do consistent solid damage at the moment, so it's fine. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's gonna be a bit. You'll get there eventually. None of these things are a fast process, as we both know. Like, there are technically fast ways to grow on YouTube, but a lot of those are questionable whether they even work. There we go. Get the bomb out there. That laser will hit all of the bats. This should clean house. Oh no, the angle was wrong. For some reason I was thinking it would just go across a horizontal line, not originating from myself for a moment there. Just hit another bomb and that'll end that fight. I know some people view that as, you know, intended to be a positive, but I'm personally always kind of suspicious of those because there are so many of them out there that will tell you incorrect information on purpose. Like, obviously, I'm assuming that the one you're dealing with in this particular case is not one of those. But it just, too many people have poisoned the well for me as far as that goes. There's too much of the get-rich-quick schemes and shit like that out there that I'm just like, I don't have the time or patience to filter through all of that. So I end up just not really going into that, but I'm glad that's working for you. So we got the Omega Orb, which destroys every peg hit, attacks all enemies. Swolt Orb, which upgrades every peg it touches, so every time the peg respawns, it'll have increased damage on contact with that one. The Rub Orb, that just bounces real good. This one's very fun just because it is chaos. We're gonna go ahead and take the Swolt Orb, and yeah, I can afford it, so we'll take the Rub Orb as well. I should have healed, probably, but this is more fun. Unleash Hell. That is a better way of handling that, yeah, is here's what worked for me, here's what could help you, but don't do only what you're being told. Stumble upon a mysterious altar. You feel yourself pulled towards it, and as you near it, you realize you're holding potential offerings, one orb in each hand. Of course, it took both of my upgraded orbs. Well, we're gonna give it the dagger, because I don't want to give up the Jupiter orb. You go to place the dagger orb level 2 on the altar, but it sinks right into the solid slab of stone as your offering disappears. You feel your other hand grow warm and realize your Jupiter orb is now level. And we're going to a shop which I have no money for. Here's where you could buy a lot of good stuff, but I am broke as a joke here. Off to the boss. But what's up with the WoW there, Zeri? What happened? Got a lot of friends in the back there. This might be a little... Ah. Well, no, it took the one I chose and leveled the other one. So it took away the dagger that I offered up and upgraded the one I chose to keep. It was a trade, basically. Oh, that's what the vines do. Okay. Ball will get stuck. I expected the ball to bounce off of the vine. Let's remove that then. Which frees up the other orb. Okay, so that it basically becomes a multi-ball at that point. Good to know. Been a long time. I feel like I have fought this boss once upon a time, but there are other bosses you can have at the beginning here. Go ahead and re-roll the board here. See all those number 2s? That's all the pegs that are getting upgraded by this orb. So every time the board refreshes, they'll all still be stronger. Which is why I like having this Volt Orb, is it just makes the entire round way better afterwards. And you can make some very, very disgusting levels of power that way. That's gonna get stuck, but that's okay. I was hoping to be able to hit both of those to free that orb, but it's okay. Get rid of his minion. He's very slowly killing me right now, and that's a problem. Send out a bomb. Refresh the board. Get a nice, good strong hit going there. I think we're gonna lose this first run here, admittedly, because of derusting a bit. But it'll be okay. I really need to get at that... There we go. I was gonna say I need to get at that orb that's stuck, but the beam happened to go the right way, so worked itself out. That's not where I wanted it to bounce to, but that's okay. Notice how much more this one bounces, for example. This is what the bouncy effect does, is it makes it rebound way further off of every contact with an orb. That's good. There's a lot of good people out there, especially depending on where you look. Blue Sky's really been good about that. But yeah, I knew what you meant. There we go, 2 bombs for that much damage. We're so close. We just need to do any damage, really, with this next orb. And we'll be good to go here. That's fair. There we go. There's the bomb that'll win the fight. Just need to not get this orb stuck, which on its current path it won't, so we're good. We almost didn't make that. Thankfully, as usual, you get healed after a boss fight, so we're completely fine right now. Not gonna grab any of these orbs. We're focus on doing some upgrades this time. Specifically, we're gonna upgrade this quite a bit. Expensive, but we'll hold. We've got the Cursed Mask. You get 2. Your orbs get +2 to regular pegs and +4 to crit pegs while you have any negative status effect. You begin each battle with 4 confusion. So your aimer just kind of spins. You don't actually get any control over where you're firing it. Hey there, Clyde. How's it going? Doing well. Go for gold. Every shot has multi-shot 1, but attacks have -2, -3. As much as I love multi-ball, that would be devastating to us right now because it would make most of our shots that we have in our pool right now do nothing. Because a lot of our attacks are 2 or lower. Viridian Trinket. Gravity is reversed, but ceiling bounce is massively increased and orbs pass through pegs while traveling downwards. I believe that's meant to be a VVVV, right? Safety pegulations. Projectile attacks pierce 2 additional enemies, but bombs deal 75% less damage and do self-damage. So that's not great either. None of these are particularly great, if I'm honest. I'm actually going to just take the money. Which makes me sad, but none of those were helpful. Forest complete. You'll notice the layout here is quite different. And it's also visually distinct. Just aesthetically. Oh, the mirrors. Yeah, those buttons. Which that. Enemies with projectile reflect X will return X percentage of the damage dealt to them by a projectile attack unless the attack defeats the enemy. Reflect is reduced by transferency. So basically, they're going to reflect a little bit of any projectile damage I do right now. That's what makes the mirrors nasty. Is unless I do 777 damage in one hit, they're guaranteed to reflect the damage. And let's be real, they are more or less guaranteed to be successful there. Sick. I'll have to fix something here in a second. Actually, while the ball bounces around, I can deal with this. There may be technical difficulties with something off to one side and trying to figure out what the issue there is. While also, you know, keeping this moving. You'll also notice we're hitting 2 pegs at a time because that's the gimmick with the mirrors. As you might have noticed when we were doing the mirror event before. I hate Discord. Short version is there's apparently another issue with the public version of the Discord. Is God forbid anything actually work on Discord ever. So far so good there, Jess. That's how you doing? So chopping Bollock. Apply wooden shield every 5 pegs hit. Deal 7 damage for each wooden shield on the board. Reorbanizer we've seen, Burn Orb we've seen, and Susceptible we've seen. I don't really want any of those. We already have a Shuffler, so I don't really need a second one. Let's go ahead and upgrade the Ball Lightning a bit more. Upgrade... Yeah, upgrade that one because it's increasing the secondary benefit. Orbs only go up to 3, by the way, so it's not like I need to worry about getting these any higher. Go ahead and start working up the other dagger. Replace the one I lost to make the Jupiter Orb level 3. Find another Peglin intensely surveying the area. Oh, I'm Haglin. We met before. Afraid I haven't quite set up shop here yet. In the meantime, I can offer you a free sample. Oh no. Hopefully the paperwork isn't too big a problem to get through. Go ahead and... Go ahead and get rid of one of the pebbles. Ooh, new inventory! Haglin squeals while taking the pebble level 1 off your hands. You wonder just how many orbs Haglin has collected. Okay, we get an additional refresh on the board, that's fine. Reminder to everybody, you should see the crowd control icon in the top left of your screen if you so wish to use it. That will allow you to influence what's happening on screen with your 50 free coins in whatever ways you wish off of that list. You catch a glimpse of an ethereal Peglin. Appears to be some kind of echo of its former self, or of self? We'll go ahead and upgrade an orb off the echo, sure. Go ahead and max out our dagger. The echo imbues you with its remaining power before fading away. So you notice there's some of those wood shields in play here. That makes a peg take multiple hits, from what I recall. So it's a nuisance, which is why I didn't want to have the orb that would cause those to exist. Swolt orb coming into play, but it bounced out of the shield sooner than I wanted it to. And I might be thinking that guy should have been dead, but he had a shield, so the shield took all the hits for him first. We are in trouble here, because we don't have any good piercing at the moment. And I keep getting bad bounces. At least we got rid of him before he hit me, but the archer and the mage are chipping us to pieces here. Timing. Trying to get that bomb because that'll help clean things up a little bit here. We do have the laser coming into play though, so we're gonna go ahead and send the orb to this They may be wondering what went wrong there. The orb fired its random laser specifically where it was going, so it ended up not having anywhere to bounce off of, and it just left. Sometimes you just get real bad luck that way. But we did get 3 bombs, so that'll get rid of the wizard back there. And we got rid of the knight. So we're gonna survive this. It's just, we're not surviving in a great condition. So I'm definitely gonna have to pay for some healing. Which means we can't get any of that, which is fine. Don't land in the fire, because that will hurt. Any day game. There we go. got the chandeliers, a knight, crossbow knight, and a regular knight. Okay. Just taking in what we got going on here. That'll work. Off to a solid enough start. That guy with the crossbow has a lot of health. Is gonna be the issue here, though. Oh, and I got my dagger roll right after using up the only crit nearby. There we go. That'll work. I should have aimed up at the chandelier if I thought it was gonna work out that well. They are burning us to death here. Nope. It didn't quite go where I thought it was going to. Not quite. God damn. Gonna get real close here. We'll be able to get a bomb and hopefully be able to make something happen because of that. Ah, the chandelier does drop on the thing under it. I was wondering about that. I don't recall ever seeing those chandeliers before. That was a very weak group there, but it's okay. That's better. Better. Oh, that doesn't quite line up. Come on. I thought it was going to hit both of them since it was a crit. That's why I laid it out my shot that way. I need to kill that in the hopes that it kills him. Otherwise, we're SOL here. And I'm getting a really weak bounce there. Okay, good, it worked. Just barely gonna be able to get through that. Got the Nimball, it's small. Adds 1 spin S for every 3 crit triggered during flight, so it gives extra crit damage. We've seen Two's Company, we've seen the upgrade another orb. Upgrade the bouncy ball. Before we read this, though, give me a second to try to fix a thing. Apparently, Discord is a garbage platform that does not want to actually listen when it's told something. Yeah, no, that was definitely set correctly before, but... Oh, no, I think I know what happened. I hate Discord so much as a platform. It undid a setting I changed, because probably a Discord update fucked things up again. Just goes to show, no matter how many times you check and recheck settings, it doesn't matter if a platform can just fuck your settings up when they decide to mess with things. You find a globe of radius standing directly in your path. If you listen carefully, you can hear it humming with an earthly power, and you sense that you can make use of this power. We'll go ahead and upgrade all of our pebbles so that they're a little bit more useful. The earthly energy permeates you and your satchel. You continue on your way with a stronger earthly connection and stronger orbs to show for it. I would love to get that treasure. up. That'll land us down there. Yep, perfect. There we go. It also buys us a couple rooms without getting into fights, so I can think about what to do here. Gain 1 Ballusion for every coin collected. Ballusion provides X% chance to avoid an incoming attack. Ballusion is halved when an attack is avoided. Or the board will contain an additional crit with the special button. Let's go ahead and grab the gauntlets. Get us some dodge chance. And we'll go ahead and just grab the other treasure. And go into a regular fight from there. We won't have a lot of room before the boss, which is going to be a problem, but it's our best shot. +1 orb discards or extra options. Go ahead and take the extra option. Because I don't really use orb discard, even though I should in theory do that. Orb discard just lets you cycle out an orb that's selected. Got a bunch of paintings and a bunch of knights, and the wizard coming in later. Look at how busy this board is. This board is silly. But I kind of like these really over-the-top boards like this because it lets you do a lot with them. Like, look at how much damage this knife is about to do. Because there's so many pegs in a tight section here. You can actually do more with that. They're stealing the orbs off the table, it looks like. The pegs off the table, that is. Because you notice these are gone now. Hoping to get to those bombs, but it's looking like the bounce is bad for that. I should have bounced a little shallower. But that'll still get rid of another painting. We do have a decent dodge chance at the moment to hopefully avoid getting murdered by the wizard. Nice, we did dodge. We're gonna go ahead and aim down this line because if I get a good enough shot with the laser, it'll clean out all of them. You know, that's what the knives are good for. You get a crit, you get a lot of pegs with the knife. Knife just destroys whatever you're looking at. Fortunately... Oh, wait, hang on, that bounce was good. Yes, we got the crit. Come on, just get some more on that orb. Yes, 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 yes. There we go, that's enough. That's all I needed. Laser beam on top of 2 bombs. Everyone dies. That's what you like to see right there. And that's why even though that board looked dangerous, it actually is a benefit to you. Is you have so much bouncing you can get away with doing in there. Okay, so we got the cubes. This one could be really good, really bad, depending on your timing. Not bad, could have been better. Note the fact that they clear a lot of distance with those jumps, though. So that's worrying. Good, good, that'll do. Because that's 2 bombs to kill him. Hurt him a lot, but they are getting into attack range now, so this is bad. Fire orb. I bounced back way too hard. The goal was to get to more of those bombs with that one, but we'll still get rid of the guy in front of me. Unfortunately, more than I wanted to. Ow. That is my head. Okay, we got the laser, so just go for it. Ideally, we want to get trapped in one of those boxes, but it looks like it's not happening. But we're going to get enough damage for some of them. Be closer, at least. Ow. Ow. So we lost everything we gained from the previous fight in terms of healing. Means we're probably SOL here for the boss fight. But we'll do what we can. Oh, that is such massive overkill for that guy. Nah, missed. And now that there's a space in front, he had to take up the space. Ah, the timing was so bad on that. We could have had that bomb that was lit. Nice, 2 dodges. We're good. We're fine. Everything's fine. We'll be able to go back up to 40 health after this fight and be in at least an acceptable position. It won't be great, but we'll make it work. What? Oh, 18 spintle points. So we got the neck orb mount, and Sir can only hit those reduced pegs and bombs. Hit pegs like that are returned back to being real pegs, can target any enemy, upgrades every peg it touches with +5 damage. So basically, it can only hit things that have already been hit before, and then it'll refresh them back to being a real peg. Orbsium, which is one I used to use a lot. It's dense, so it falls faster, but it activates every peg twice and can target anything. The Cirque, which is multi-ball 1, that's it. Just multi-ball 1. We're gonna go ahead and heal, and I think I'm gonna take the Cirque. Arguably, the Necromancer would be a better idea, but it depends on timing for that, whereas the multi-ball will just cause chaos. If I didn't have this dodge chance on a Lark, we'd be in trouble here. Oh, you're a painter. Okay. So I gotta get rid of these paintings first, ideally. So, actually, if I aim here, I'm pretty sure the laser will hit at the minimum these two. If I aimed at this one, the laser would go high enough that I don't think it would hit the boss. This one will at least get a double. Good refresh. I can live with that. Nice, it hit both paintings. It didn't hit the boss like I'd hoped, but they just placed another painting, so that's okay. Go, bouncy ball, for the good of the city. Well, the painting's definitely dead. So we're really only getting the bomb out of the exchange here against the boss, but that's okay. We already have a 53% dodge chance. Poison's gonna be an issue. I don't know if any of you noticed, by the way, but as your orb is bouncing, your cursor turns into a pair of crossed fingers, because, like, I'm hoping this works out. Little details, like I always say, little details. Poison damage is so bad. Stop spawning more paintings in my face. We did not manage to kill that one this time, so we actually got hit by it too. And they of course have free reign to keep making more paintings. They are poisoned enough though that I think they'll just die. Note how this one's filling in, by the way. I believe they become a real enemy of whatever the picture is once they fill up, so you don't want that happening. Yes, I got the bomb. That'll get rid of the guy in front of me. That was exactly the point. So that's 2 paintings gone. Our poison's steadily increasing, so I think we just lose by default here before we are going to manage to do enough damage, because we haven't even attacked the painter yet. No multi-ball. Do something good for me. Now they're getting stuck too much. That's not going to do anything. It's nice that the painter doesn't attack me directly, but I am so SOL here because the poison's gonna kill me. The only hope I have is if somebody decides to be kind enough to heal us before this turn ends. But I'm obviously not gonna wait for it to happen because that will be taking entirely too easy a route here. We'll just accept our loss. Yep, there it is. Oh, and now they would have started attacking too, so we would have been done for either way. Now you know how Peglin works. It also gives us all these things in custom mode, because basically, in custom mode, you can only use things you've already interacted with before. That wasn't a terrible run for being rusty as all hell, but it wasn't great either. Back in we go to try again. Let's see, we've got the Haglin's Hat. Heal 15% of your max health for every 100 gold collected. The Basalt Totem. Post-battle upgrading now includes the option to increase your max HP by 5. Tempting. And Pocket Sand. When an enemy hits you with an attack, apply blind 15 to that enemy. So they'll have a 15% chance the first time they hit me to miss. If they hit me again, they'll go up to, I presume, a 30% chance to not hit me, and so on and so forth. We'll take the Basalt Totem, though. The 100 gold heal is tempting, but I think increasing my max health is going to be a good idea. It'll give me something other than upgrading and orbs to buy here in Area 1. And I'm hoping by bolstering our max health, we'll be able to survive a bit better. And maybe I'll buy a few less dumb orbs. I definitely bought some of those orbs just as a joke to show them off. And it definitely backfired. Let's see if we can make something better happen this time. 2 damage short of getting rid of that guy. That's such a shame. Because this shot's basically just gonna be wasted. Which also means this is probably gonna be an actually good shot. Because those like half moon shapes there are your best friend. Because you can just send an orb sliding along them. Good night, ABC. Not really sure why the party hat, but you know, you do you. Okay, that'll be enough to get rid of the slimes, perks. I was trying to get it to refresh, but I didn't want to waste that knife. Better off bouncing. Perfect. That one's not going to do a lot, but that's okay. It was more to restore the board so we can actually do something here. You know, do something other than that, probably. A shot more like this one, where it's going to delete this poor thing in front of me. Let the ball go where it may. Not like that, though. Definitely not like that. I ended up being a little too even with that landing. Everything is suddenly going very poorly. Oh, and you managed to bounce over. Oh my god. I'm trying to go directly with some of these just to ensure that certain things happen, but going directly is backfiring miserably right now. Not have ever predicted that I'd be playing worse the second round. Give me the bomb. Just end this before this gets any more embarrassing, please. There we go. So we got the Spinfectious Sting. Applies 1 Spinfection on hit. I think we have seen this one already, but we didn't click it, so it's still saying it's new. The Abrasion. Gain 1 Muse Circle for every 12 pegs hit. Deal 4 damage for self-damage for every 12 pegs hit. So you gain extra damage, but also hurt yourself. We're gonna go ahead and take the multi-ball, and we'll go ahead and raise our max HP a bit. We can do a lot with a multi-ball. As long as I don't just shoot it straight down the hole. I have definitely done that before. Like, Not quite what I was intending, but it works. Those that didn't notice, bear in mind that the crit moves around the board. You can't just set one up to be hit later. Case in point, what's happening with our dagger right now. But it's okay, the bomb sets everything up to be easy. Oh, and now the crit's just sitting right there, of course it is. Still makes the pet ball do double damage, so it's not bad. It just could be better, you know? Could always be better. Slime. And no more slime. Cleave orb. Each crit triggered causes this orb to pierce an additional enemy up to a max of 1. So it can only ever pierce one enemy at level 1. I assume it'll probably gain additional targets as it levels. The Omega Orb downgrades each peg hit -1 damage, but it has overflow. So basically any damage left over after it defeats an enemy will just keep going. Icicle. Regular attack pierces one enemy, on crit pierce all enemies, or pierces first peg. Let's take the Icicle, actually. And we're gonna keep raising that max health. At least for now. Take on another fight. Then we'll hit up that shop, potentially. As long as we pick up enough gold here. Oh, the spiders. Now you'll notice that the enemies are what determine the boards you have as well. So since we're fighting a bunch of spiders, we have a spider web board here. Set that bomb up as well, and that one. That'll do a little bit of piercing, except it went the wrong way. Note that you can't cut the thread on the spiders, at least not that way. I believe you can actually use certain things to cut their webs and make them fall. I don't remember. You out. You. Mildly inconvenienced by that spider. And that fell a little harder than I wanted to, but we might still get that crit at least. Which is gonna go somewhat to waste. Nope, never mind. We hit the bomb, we're fine. It's still gonna somewhat go to waste, but at least it'll hit the spider. Spin telepoints. Still not really sure what that means. I'm assuming it's probably like intel points and teaching you about the enemy you defeated. But I don't know that. Everything's gotta be like orb or spin or circle. Something relating to that theme. This is why multi-ball is good, because you can just have two things bouncing around in here and doubling your output. Obliterating your target. We did not get as much money as I wanted to out of that, but we're just gonna leave here and hope that the shop has something good. There. I thought it was bouncing into the fire and I was about to be very upset. Of course, most things that I would have wanted in here are expensive. I was really hoping for some of these relics. This would have actually been a perfect thing. Post-battle healing is increased by 1% for each orb in your deck. I tend to end up with a lot of orbs. 15 more health would not matter that much. It is cheaper than getting the health upgrade 3 times, but not as important. Enemy spinfection will increase each turn instead of decreasing. This also wouldn't have been half bad. We don't have a source of spinfection at the moment. Do I want any of the cheaper ore? Actually, yeah, let's grab the Doctor Orb. That'll heal us. It's only once per battle, but you can get a lot of healing that way. And we obviously don't want the other shop as we have no money. But the board is definitely pushing us in that direction. We managed to go the other way, though. Look at all of these question marks. This is just like event central here. And this event was a fight. They can be fights sometimes, instead of being events. Perfect, that's what I wanted. No, not perfectly what I wanted. That one was supposed to bounce and go over into there, but... the splitting that I got was the split that I wanted. That is the problem with the way the enemy clicking works, is sometimes you'll click on an enemy when you're trying to just aim higher. And that overbounced. Dang it. Dang it. I really should do is set things up for the icicle to do a lot of work here. So I might actually discard the next pebble and go straight for the icicle. Except the spider's gonna be in the wrong position if I do that. That could be okay still. If I aim at you with the icicle, I think it'll pierce through. It'll bin that. Board layout's not ill. There's an exclamation point. Hoping that'll get trapped and get a decent amount of hits. It's not going to be anywhere near as good as I'd intended because the only crit was in an awful position for us to do anything with. Doctor. Problem is, without a crit, the Doctor Orb's actually not going to do anything, but the goal here is for it to go for the bombs, but it didn't end up bouncing where I wanted it to. I read the pattern there wrong. We might be in trouble here. This might actually be an early loss. Especially with a bounce like that. I had to go for the crit in order for the dagger to do anything, but that just was the worst way that could have landed. I need some of these bombs to go off. Okay, one went off. That's not what I needed. I needed two. But one will help at least, because it gets the enemies that are directly on us off of us. The problem is we still have tree trunk to block a shot, and it just all goes to hell from there. Let's see. Yeah, we want to be aiming this way because it'll post quantity of targets. Okay, we got a bomb there, so that'll work out pretty well. Spintel. Okay, we just have one spider left. Bear in mind, when I was talking about it being an early loss, it wasn't because of this fight, it was because of the fact that we were already down to half health here. I'm now very concerned about future fights. Restorb. Yeah, we do get some free health from that. Take that. And goes up to 6. This starts doing default healing. That's why we're gonna upgrade the Doctor Orb instead of getting more max health. The Doctor Orb should give us some more staying power. At least that's the ideal. I think you have the power to remove if any of you out there really want to. A dark obelisk looms before you. Comes with a tantalizing power. You can feel its connection to the earth. Pray to receive its power, or you could force one of our pebbles into the obelisk. I don't remember what putting the pebble in there does, but we'll take its power. Power of the obelisk flows into you, coalescing into a new obelisk in your satchel. The obelisk gets +1/+1 for every pebble and bold orb in your deck, attacks all enemies in target column. So it's a 3/3 right now because of the 3 pebbles. Since I don't tend to remove the orbs too quickly or consistently, that'll remain pretty good for a while. Multiple large dark obelisks loom menacingly in front of you. They are collectively humming so powerfully that the earth itself seems to bend at their will. We can convert all pebbles into obelisks, but the obelisks don't gain power from each other, so they would all be 0/0s. That's actually terrible. Goodbye, I'm leaving. We'd have to go fishing for boulders or things like that. You can also get stuck like I just did there, and it just resets the ball. We got Ring of Pain. Whenever you lose health, deal 7 times that amount to all enemies. The Puppet. Prevent the first time you would lose health each battle. We'll go ahead and take the Ring of Pain. Share the pain. We'll go for this fight so we get some money. Shop wouldn't help us if we didn't have money. So we'll just go right down the middle here. Not gonna do a ton, but it will heal us a little bit. Depending on where the crit moves to. Oh, why is it at the bottom? Come on. Send it this way, though. Oh, that's lighter than I thought it was. That's a shame. I was supposed to pierce down into here and start bouncing around inside here, but it bounced out way too early relative to what I was intending. There we go, yeah, trap it in there. This way we get 2 bombs, that'll clean house pretty nicely for us. Kaboom! All but the trees are gone now. This dagger's gonna not do too much because it's gonna hit the trunk. Obelisk hits column though, so no matter where this goes, as long as it does any damage, good stand there. Especially with a bomb going off, that helps. That'll do. Boom and crunch. Yeah, because it just drops an obelisk on them. It's pretty great. I do enjoy that one. We're gonna take a heal here. None of these are anything I want too badly. Go for the... Nice, just straight in. I should have went for some of the gold, probably. Guaranteed another treasure, so we can build up a bunch of relics early. Attacks apply 4 blind to enemies, or wall bounces contribute to damage. We're gonna take the blind, both because it's a new thing, and because it is going to allow me to survive a little bit better, because they won't be able to hit me as often, hopefully. And here we have enhanced gunpowder, which makes the bombs detonate nearby pegs when they go off. Or the super boots. Heal 1 for every activated peg while successfully navigating after battle, and take no damage from misnavigation. The enhanced gunpowder's fun. The super boots are really good. We're taking the gunpowder though because it's the fun option. And we do already have healing, so I don't need more healing. I do, but I'm... You encounter a weathered old Peglin flipping a poker chip through their nimble fingers. Are yourself a gambler? You can flip the chip, which takes away 2 health or a relic. Or we lose 2 health or we gain a relic, that is. Or we can invest with the gambling, which I believe enhances your odds. Go ahead and just flip the chip. You lose the flip and the other Peglin's eyes gleam with mischief as you feel a little weaker. Thanks for that. Care to flip again? Sure, I'll try one more time. Lose the flip again. One more time. Lose the flip a 3rd time. Okay, we're out of here. The chip you get from that is pretty fun, which is why I decided to make a play for it, but it didn't work out. It is, as you might expect from something you get from a gambler, it is a gamble of a relic itself. It's a fun one. gonna get rid of his friend. Rid of that vine straight away. I didn't mean to get rid of both of the vines, but you know what? That works. I'm fine with that as a result. Getting quite a bit of money here because this board has lots of money on it. Looks like the blind might not stack. Get a bunch of health back here, shall we? We're gonna heal after this fight, so this isn't super important, but it'll help us with getting through this fight, certainly. We can just heal. Wow, that one bounces really high, huh? That works. I can live with that. Yeah, do that. Do more things like that. Not that, though. Getting stuck in the vine is not what you wanted. Still played the orb out, though, so it's fine. Oh, of course, the icicle also got stuck. It was supposed to bounce a little differently, and it didn't. You hit every vine but the one I wanted you to hit. Well, I got rid of the minion immediately, at least. Getting painful head pats from a vine. I don't like it. I don't like it. Less head pat, more head squish. I took a gamble with the way that was gonna bounce, but it worked out for the most part. You'll notice we are taking damage every time we hit the vines. That's because of the brambles here. There we go. Free all the other orbs. Let chaos reign. Somehow, I was gonna say, somehow with all of that, they never hit that bomb. Are you kidding me? But it worked out. It did end up hitting it. So that's 2 bombs and a 240, so there's a good chunk of damage there. Ow. Take the easy crit. And get stuck in the vines. But, got a thingy. Spin tail point. We'll take a look at what all that means after this run. We've gotten a decent amount of those points now. There we go, free the orb. It's a shame that it doesn't throw all the orbs at once. It just takes on the effect of the orb that freed them. Yeah, it's gonna get stuck, but that's okay. There's actually like a strategy to letting your orbs get caught in the vines so that you have a multi-ball essentially going, since you do still get credit for the orb that bounced around before it hit the vine. Double crit and stuck, but he's dead. Get another ice circle, another circuit, sting or Two's company. We have 103 gold, so I'm gonna grab another or both of these. We healed fully, so we don't need to heal. Go ahead and upgrade that, and I can't afford to do another upgrade, so we'll get extra max health, which did get filled. That's something I wasn't sure about. Is whether that was gonna work or not. See, status symbol. Status effects you apply have double intensity, but attacks of -10, -0. So you basically don't do any damage unless it crits, which is horrendous. We don't have enough status effects for that to be a good choice. Leave the rest for later. The board will contain 10 additional refreshes, but each refresh only refreshes 8% of the pegs, minimum of 5. I mean, Chalice, at the start of battle, gain 5 finesse, but boards contain 1 less refresh. So you start fights with 5 extra crit damage, but you get less refreshes. All bombs are replaced with red bombs and deal double damage to enemies. So they do 400 damage to all enemies, but 3 self-damage. That's a worthwhile trade. We're going bomb build here, apparently, because we got the enhanced gunpowder and the sapper sack. And you all know I do love my bombs. We got the wall. I know the wall. I have fought the wall before. I have fought the wall, and the wall has won. And here is your once more periodic reminder that the crowd control button should be up in the top left of your screen, and you have 50 free coins to spend on whatever in that menu you want. Just click whatever it is that you want to have happen, and it'll happen. You can also buy coins, of course, but that is your choice to make whether you want to buy coins to make things happen or not. I do get the money from coins being purchased. There is a split between the streamer and crowd control, I do believe, but it is a decent split. Multi-ball when the mirrors are in play is very silly. Oh, on the note of buying coins though, have no fear, if you buy coins and don't use them during this session, they will remain attached to you. I believe specifically attached to my channel, attached to you, that you'll be able to spend on any other crowd control I end up doing. Which, since I have Pro for this month because of needing to buy a Pro to do this game in particular, there will be more crowd control coming up before the 10th of February. Including potentially some multiplayer crowd control, since Pro also allows me to run crowd control lobbies where any coins spent affect everybody in the lobby. That will not be impacting the upcoming collab most likely, but I may get a group together that is down for that specifically. The only thing of note is I think it only gives money to the person that the effect was spent on. Just everybody is impacted by it. So it's kind of like a share the pain scenario there, rather than necessarily everybody getting money from it. The good news about that is you can spend your money on your favorite streamer out of the group and have a guarantee that it gets spent on them. And realistically, there would be no feasible way for them to give the money to everybody unless it gets divided. And that wouldn't be that great. That would usually divide down so hard that it wouldn't really be money anymore. Try the balance this time. Splash damage does seem like a good idea with the crowds we've been dealing with here. That upgrades really nicely, actually. Going from 2 and 4 to 6 and 8. Sure, we'll go ahead and upgrade that straight away. I have a bad habit of upgrading my newest orb, like, immediately. This new thing shiny. So let's actually target you, because we can hit both. Actually, no, target you so I can hopefully kill the mage if this bounces really well. So if any of those bombs go off, that's going to solve this whole floor for us anyway. Yep, there we go. That's the whole room dead. There it goes. Kaboom! And that's why getting the sapper bag is really nice. Is 400 damage off of any bomb on the board. Sure, I take a little bit of damage, but it saves us a lot of damage immediately. Ah, the Matryoshka. This is another one of my favorites. It starts off real big, and multi-balls once. I believe as it upgrades, it continues to multi-ball more. So you eventually just have a ton of orbs bouncing around and it just becomes a nightmare. Unfortunately, we're 1 gold short of picking it up. So we've got the all orb nothing, weak regular damage that cannot be modified, as in 0 regular damage. And it has massive critical damage, currently 9. Effects that apply plus X plus Y instead apply 3X plus Y. So it applies all of the value to the crit damage, which is pretty funny. We can't afford any of that. I'll go ahead and grab the 5 max HP rather than banking the money. I don't think there's a shop in the immediate vicinity. Perfect. Any day now, game. Oh no, there's a shop right there, but we just won't go that way. You find yourself looking at 2 identical altars, each with a perfect location to place an orb. So we can duplicate an orb. I definitely do want to do that, because what we can do is it'll duplicate in the same condition that it's in. So if I say, if I duplicate my Docked Orb, for example, it'll be a level 2 Docked Orb. Or I could get 2 Balanx or 2 Bicycles. We're gonna take a second Docked Orb. Or healing. Another Docked Orb level 2 appears on the matching altar. You scoop it up and continue on your way. And this way, in case anybody gets any funny ideas about removing an orb, I have a spare of it now. Planning for crowd control. That is a good idea when you're doing a crowd control session. We got some mirrors and some points. I've started that bomb up. Won't be able to set it off quite yet. Oh wait, there's potential. There's a chance. Ah, damn it. Nope, it didn't hit it. But we got enough damage with the icicle that we just destroyed the whole room anyway. 50 spintel points. We get the double trouble, massive crit damage, and multi-ball 1. I'm gonna hold all there. Oh, okay, that just decreases that number. Okay, they never become more... Okay. Ooh. Yeah, let's upgrade the Rest Orb, because that'll start giving us max health. That'll actually be really useful. If I had realized that had a max health increase attached to it, I would have spent on that sooner. This is why the show all orb levels thing is useful. Catch a glimpse of an ethereal penguin. Okay. I did figure this out before. Yeah, I should say we saw this one. I'm gonna read it out again. We can get a free upgrade, which means I'm gonna go ahead and get that max health increase upgrade there. Thank you, dead me. We are going into an elite fight after this question mark, which might get a little spicy. You find a forge, hot and ready to smelt, yet oddly unattended. You think that you could use it, but your little Peglin hands aren't made to handle the heat. So you can use your satchel to scoop up the whole forge, just all of it into the bag. You can get the hammer, or you can use the forge to upgrade a random orb and hurt your hands. Let's just go ahead and just pick the forge up, because it's funny. Whoop. Perfect Forger. Whenever an upgradable orb is added to your deck, upgrade it and take 6 damage. Manage to slide your satchel over the forge and it disappears into the void. You're not sure why you thought this would work, but you're glad you tried it. Bag of Holding lets you pick up things you shouldn't be picking up. Oh, he's a big man. Look at him. 1,500 hit points, too. That's yikes. On the bright side, this is going to lead to a lot of money based on all the money pegs stage here. That'll be a solid crit. Oh, he now has Reflect. He pulls out a damn mirror. Get a load of this joker here. Oh boy, that's a lot of damage. And it's not projectile damage for the most part, so he only gets to reflect what the orb itself did. Actually, we're just gonna hit the bomb and end this fight. So that we don't end up taking piles of reflect damage from our own orb here. We'll take some splash damage from the explosion, but that's okay. We spend tel points. We didn't get that much money, so we'll just go ahead and heal here. We can get the inconspicuous ring. Bouncers contribute to damage. Mental mantle. Immediately deal 1 damage to the target enemy for every 2 pegs activated. Or the alchemist cookbook. Every peg has a 5% chance to refresh into bombs. Bomb build. Going bombs. Everything is bombs. Mr. Bombastic. Going for the treasure, because why wouldn't I go for the treasure? Exactly, Zeri. Exactly. Power or glove, it's so bad, but it gives you +1/+1 on all attacks, or the critic equilibrium. When drawn, your orb's base damage is greater. If your orb's base damage is greater than its crit damage, the board will contain 1 less crit. Otherwise, it contains an additional crit. We'll just take the +1/+1. Exactly. So bad, but you know what? We're taking it anyway. How you doing, bud? You're doing well, bud. Rain, don't repeat yourself so easily. Stop it. Stop the repeating. We got a bombulet for your coins. The best part is that was a random rare relic. And yet it gave us double bombs. The game knows. The game knows it's meant to be for bombs to be everything. It just knows. Fun fact, by the way, I did not change the cost of random rare relic too much. That was ordinarily, I think it was normally like 50. I turned it down to 30 because I didn't want people giving me like just a pile of relics and making it too easy. There's a lot of bombs suddenly. We didn't get to use any of them, but we got them on the board. Yeah, the game just knows what should be happening here. There we go. That guy's about to get obliterated. Oh, and it just got worse. It just got so much worse for them. Now, there's a downside to all these bombs, since all bombs are self-damage bombs as well. I'm going to be hurting myself for so much when those bombs just go wild. Let's see, we got Toil and Trowball. Apply 2 Spinfection on hit. On crit, apply 2 additional Spinfection. Can target any enemy. That's a lot of poison. We've seen the Omega Orb. Let's go ahead and... Yeah. There's a debate there. Sash of Focus. Prevent the first time you take lethal damage. That's a good one. Effective Criticism. Whenever a crit is triggered, apply a random debuff to the targeted enemy. Heavy Shaft Potion. An activated crit peg also refreshes the board. We're taking that one because I've used that before to good effect, and it... Since we have all those refreshes, it is going to be so strong. Yeah. Little tiny hands. So, Suffer the Sling. Pebbles get +1/+2. Or the Bomb Baton. Pegboards start with 3 more bombs. I mean, clearly we gotta take the Bomb Baton, considering what we're doing here at this point. That's just a given. Eventually, the boards are quite literally going to be nothing but bombs. You can thank Natra. Natra's the one that made that one. From seemingly nowhere, an inferno ignites in a circle around you. There's 2 fireballs bouncing and circling around each other in the center of the ring. You can lose 10 health to grab 2 fireballs, or we just dash through the flames. Fireballs do set off the bombs in 1 hit. Go ahead and grab that. You grab the fireballs, and they're hot as expected for a split second, then they cool as their energy flows through you, allowing you to stow them safely in your satchel. Your hands are worse for wear, but the circle of fire has subsided, allowing you to move freely. Look at all of those bombs. I've done the best worst thing. Yeah, you know what? That's fair, Kelties. That's fair. You've decided that was enough of the bomb build. I understand. This is also why kill was specifically 50 coins, so that you can only do that once without having to pay for it. Because inevitably I knew somebody was going to take advantage of the ability to just blast me. Especially when things start going well. I could bring the gunpowder back, though. Crowd control happened. Somebody spent all 50 of their coins to kill me. Basic blade. All attacks get +1 basic attack. No crit hit bonus. Refresh moves after every shot. Nope, we're just gonna take the enhanced gunpowder back. We're not meant to make it past the castle today. That's just the way this is gonna be. Now, there was a part of me that considered making the kill cheaper, by the way, but I thought about it and realized the simple logic of if kill was cheap, we would never get anywhere. Until people get tired of pressing the kill button. And while to a certain degree, success is not the point of crowd control, it would not be very interesting to watch after the 4th or 5th kill that happened in quick succession. And there's going to be plenty of death later when we get to the original Castlevania anyway. Which I think I did leave the kill option there cheaper. Oh, that guy's very dead. Let's see, the Highway Orbery. Be upgraded any number of times to add +1/+2.
Run away! Run away!
You cannot outrun the crowd. The crowd is everywhere.
Hello there.
Hey, Callista, how's it going? Orbification. Apply a wooden shield every 5 orbs hit. Gain 1 bulwark for every wooden shield on the board after attacking. Bulwark is armor that protects HP. Damage taken will reduce bulwark before reducing your health. Those call. Buckle orb. Gain 2 bulwark for every 12 peg hits. It's big, only hits enemies on the ground. Attack pierces all enemies. Go ahead and take that. Seems like it'll be used. How does it upgrade? Gains extra crit, and then later on just gains more. Okay, leave that alone. Let's hold on to our money for the second. Get into another fight. Should I be concerned about all those coins? I feel like I should be. Maybe slightly. Of course, we get the dagger right after I got rid of the easy access crit. That's okay. We're setting up for the future. The future is bombs. Alright, Zeri, take care. I will do the best I can. So in this case, it's looking like I'll keep bombing. Kaboom! There goes the big shield rolling through the crowd. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Callista. feel like that's unfortunately the risk with anything tabletop based, but at the same time, I feel like they should have spoke up about that sooner. But I guess there's a world in which they didn't know yet. Well, we have something that gives us bulwark, so I could go for the best orb. It's a solid one on its own, so sure, we'll take that. And I'm gonna try to hold on to some money this time instead of just spending it all immediately. A wild concept that is. Well, this is something. Can't say I've ever seen this happen before. For those wondering, I did in fact take a look at the crowd control page because I was curious whether this was a crowd control effect, because I would have believed that this was something you could do with crowd control, but it isn't, as it turns out. I guess this is just because there's lots of bats in this fight. We just have a really weird board. Well, never mind. No build allowed, only death. Once more with feeling. Bombs deal 10 more damage, 15 more max health, or extra options. We will take the extra max health. It will not protect me from the crowd, but it'll protect me from everything else. Glad y'all are having a good time with the buttons. That's fair. Oh, yep, there it is. Also, get a load of this rainbow slime. You'll notice he's facing the other way. I'm assuming he's gonna run away. Never actually seen the rainbow slime before. At least not that I can recall. That was a very unfortunate bounce. Yeah, he's running for his life. I'm glad he didn't get the armor. That would make this very inconvenient. Explosions! There we go, shielded guy's dead now. Okay. Saw a bunch of emails all pop up at once. I wanted to make sure something horrible hadn't happened. It did make him tougher. Did help him. Just didn't help him for long. Ooh. At the end of the rainbow, defeat a rainbow slime, and now there's a bunch of gold pegs, it seems. Interesting. Ah, they give extra money. And I immediately botched the bounce there. I might just let this guy live for a bit so I get a bunch of money. Say as I grab multiple crits anyway. Don't mind that. It's fine. This might be our highest grossing run yet. I say, glancing at the crowd control listing to see if I'm going to randomly explode again. There we go. He's going to die before he gets to hit me. Let's see, we got the Bramble. Ice 2 Bramble on hit, deals 2 self-damage when attacking. I have had this before, but it's been so long that it didn't count as me having it. Probably because the new system got added since then. Keeps enemies from moving, which is nice with Bramble, but it is a self-damage thing. There's the Chopping Bollock again that we saw before. Disregard these, I think. Oh, but we do only... Wait a minute. Why do I have another pebble? Oh, I didn't turn the crucible off this time. So we have an extra ball. The bad one. No, we'll take the susceptible then, since I have nothing good to upgrade right now. So we at least we have something. Well, that went poorly. And that's why you don't do greedy things, ladies and gentlemen. I got 2 coins in exchange for not getting the treasure. A bad exchange. That's working. Good things are happening. All the money. Why is that going so wild? Oh, no, it's working. Everything's fine. This is all according to my cunning scheme. Totally all according to my cunning scheme. Yeah, they're both gonna be very dead. There goes 2 bombs to get rid of the first guy, and a knife for the second guy doesn't hit him because of the... Forgot about the log. It is in fact big, heavy, and wood, and it is in the fucking way. I do not know why the effect did not trigger, but you got auto refunded because it didn't trigger. Not really sure what the deal with that was. That is a good thing, by the way, is crowd control will auto refund any effects that don't trigger correctly. I don't know if that's just one of those weird ones for timing, or what the issue with that was. Because that should have, in theory, done what it said it did. I don't really know why it didn't. Crowd control can be a little buggy sometimes. It might be that it, like, needed to trigger at the beginning of a fight or something. I would assume it would have made it harder for me to aim. Which is why I left that one on, because I figured it would be fun to mess with things that way. Huh. Yep, there it goes. Interesting. I find it very funny that you said you were gonna head out and then you immediately started hitting all the buttons. You sure did. That is what they're there for, yes. You get to push a bunch of funny buttons. Alright. Take care. There will still be more buttons later. One more parting shot, I see. There we go. That'll take care of that healing you've done. They are getting punished for what you've done. Maybe a little bit. Go ahead and grab the poison knife this time. Part so it stops popping up as a new thing, and in part because it might actually be used. Okay, that does eventually get too exploitable later. We'll upgrade that. Well, because of the shenanigans that ensued. Visit the shop to see if my 30 can buy me anything. In hindsight, I shouldn't have spent as much as I did, but I suddenly needed to heal. Yeah, Okay, we once again can't afford it. There. Ether wheel. When this orb leaves the pegboard, refresh the board. Seen the Nim ball before. I'm gonna grab that ether wheel because I like the idea of a guaranteed refresh. Oh boy. That is a worrying amount of coins I've witnessed. I will not call out who acquired the coins because it's more fun if that's a surprise for everyone. You sure do. It's 50 free coins regularly, but subscribers get additional coins. I forgot to mention that because it's a Crowd Control Pro only thing, and I'm not used to having Crowd Control Pro. So since you currently have a subscription, you gain even more coins. And I believe there's a thing about like coins per hour or something like that as well with Pro. I do not remember well enough offhand though. It is suddenly very concerning, yeah. Just a little bit, you know? This is exactly the problem. This right here, see this? This is exactly what I was expecting to have happen. Just gonna circle this. This right here, this is a problem. There we go. I bombed off the armor, but he's still gonna be a problem because he has lots of health. Okay, you moved the ball up a little bit. The timing could have been a little better on that one. But I understand the intent. Remember, stream delay does take effect with this, so if you want to do something like that, you gotta be ahead of it a second or two. You gotta predict it. It's tricky to do. Now I've got to fight Zeri's favorite plant over here. That's fair. Yeah, you're teaching everyone how these things work for it to be used against me later. Just bear in mind, everybody that's out there watching, that's only 5 coins to do that. You can freely just teleport the ball back to the top for 5 coins. I believe there's also one for like most every other direction, just knock the ball around for only a couple coins each as well. You want to just like wreak havoc by everybody just pushing a different direction at the same time and the ball just goes wild. This fight's over. Definitely need to heal again. Laser orb. Fires with huge force, only hits everything that isn't a normal peg, basically. Pierces through all others. Extra bouncy, low gravity. And it has no regular damage, it only has crit damage. There's the bold orb that was mentioned on the Orbalisk. Big, it only hits enemies on the ground. Attack pierces all enemies. And then the Accentuate. Gain 1 musical of their attacking, or self-damage when attacking. Yeah, let's go make the skill stronger. The Augur. Every crit it triggered for projectile attacks causes them to pierce an additional enemy. That's real good. We've seen that. And then Slimy Salve applies healing slime to every 35 pegs hit. Make pegs durable and heal 1 when activated. That could be really nice, but we're taking the piercing. That'll be a good idea. And go for the event. No, we won't. We'll go for the fight. I wish I could say somebody moved the ball on that one, but no. That was just me getting a bad bit of planning out there. It It is worth noting for everybody that we'll probably play Peglin for only another like hour or so, and then we'll switch to Castlevania. And we'll probably play Castlevania for an hour or two. Well, maybe 3 hours, depending on how it goes. I don't intend for it to only be an hour, but if it goes particularly horribly, you know, it might end up being shorter. Oh, there it goes. You know, I realized with the fire the ball button and a bunch of the other ones, people could literally just play the game using crowd control. I could just walk away for a minute and a round would end in the time I was gone. The aiming would be difficult because you don't have actual aiming. You only have the ability to fire and knock it around, but that is a thing that could happen. Really, I managed to hit everything but the bomb. There we go. We'll take a look and find out what random orb got upgraded there in a second once this fight's over. I don't know what got upgraded. You upgraded the dagger because that wasn't upgraded yet. So that's good. And max out the Swolt Orb. Heal up a bit. Oh yeah, there's the Poltorb-Geist here as well. Passes through pegs while traveling upwards. Attacks all enemies. That one's pretty good. Would have bought that if I had looked up before making my purchases. But I wanted the heal. Considering, you know, the way things have been. Alright. See you around. Rest well. That's why we wanted the auger, because big dagger hits like that would be wasted on one enemy. It is worth noting, as far as the bonus coins for being subscribed, by the way, they do count if you subscribe after claiming your free coins. I do believe you still get the additional free coins. Not encouraging anybody to subscribe for that purpose, of course, just mentioning that as a aside. Ah, the Morbid Orb allows it to activate already used pegs, but why is that keyword here but not on Necromancer or that does the same thing with other things? Interesting. Consistent keywords. Ah. Aja. I should have actually bounced around and grabbed more money, because we were guaranteed to go to treasure either way. There's the enhanced gunpowder again. Whenever you reload, gain 2 muscular. We're gonna go ahead and take the 2 muscle, because every time I touch gunpowder, I seem to explode. So, you know, we're gonna take that as a sign that I'm not allowed to have gunpowder. That was the worst shot I could have made. That's what I get for fucking around. Then again, a much more intentional shot did not necessarily go that much better. There we go, there's the crit. Log down. I pulled that a little tight. That's not gonna work. Thankfully, he'll just walk past the log that's gonna protect him, so he's not gonna be long. Plant back there, though. The plant back there's an issue. Hindsight, I should have expected the way that bounced. Sometimes I make the best decisions. Sometimes I make moves like that. One could argue, what's the difference? And, well, that depends on the matter of perspective there, really, I suppose. Said decision is the best for. Decent point. No headway toward any of those bombs. Going all wrong. In theory, I might be able to set that one off. Or it's gonna bounce too low and not actually make that work. Am I really gonna get chipped to death here trying to get at one of these bombs to get rid of him? This is either that or I slowly work my way through this log. At this rate, I may as well just fire directly at it. It'll be faster. There we go. Things I do to try to be fancy and it backfires. Hey look, 2 bombs went off. What do you know? Totally not me doing extra damage to be spiteful at all or anything. Glass half ball applies one transferency. And the 2 companies still need to heal because of the amount of stupid damage I took there. Really want this. Take the 2's company. Oh, shop. Missiles to me. Ah. Find a waterfall just off the path. What secrets might be hiding? Well, obviously we check behind the waterfall. We got the branch of Ember. When applying Bramble to an enemy, apply Blind 8. When applying Blind to an unbrambled enemy, apply Bramble 1. We don't really have a feature for that, but we'll make it work eventually. You find a hidden treasure behind the waterfall. Of course we did. Well, it doesn't really matter where we go now, so just bang boing, bounce to somewhere. Because both of them have question marks after it and boss after it. Doesn't matter. Oh, it's another fight. Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave y'all with the battle music for a minute here, because I should have went to the bathroom while the last ad was playing, but I didn't. I'll be back. One quick moment. Sorry about that. Had some loud racket go off on the way back, so I wanted to check on that. Just people being noisy, old rattly fans and such. Did, however, of course, forget to shut my door on the way back. If I left that door open, sound would travel through the house easier, and I would be hearing them making all that racket from in here too, and I don't want that. Nor do I want you to end up having to hear it too. Really, just no matter how you look at it, the door being open would be a bad deal for us. Less a fan of the tree being right in my face here, but you know, one problem at a time. Of course you managed to not hit the bomb anyway. But we hit the same path again with something else, and we're gonna get some real good damage there. If I don't just botch enough to die here. I may or may not have not noticed that cluster of bombs till now, but of course a poorly timed refresh actually backfired that all on me anyway. Somehow all of that managed to avoid setting off any of the bombs. How? How do I do these things? All of them are lit now. Come on. Set them off. I'll take setting one off, because that'll at least clear the things that are immediately in front of me. So I stop taking as much damage. I'm now upset about that. I can get nothing. There we go. There's another bomb. That'll get rid of the bats. Now I don't need to worry about the log, except when the spiders are down, but they went back up as we reloaded, so we're good. Got a double refresh here. That's also going to obliterate that spider. I swear, somehow I just cannot land some of these shots today. I used to be quite good at landing the weird shots that I want to land, but I just cannot do it apparently. Okay, it just takes less eggs to do that. It never does more, so think about that. Get another swole. The more of those we have, the more of the board we can buff, and the more damage we just do with everything. So I then don't have to have pegs that do more damage. I mean, don't have to have orbs that do more damage, rather. Reach a clearing in the forest where the sun shines through brightly. Yeah, we'll get the health. Few moments of solace with the sun beaming on your face leave you quite refreshed, and you continue on your journey with a fresh bounce in your step. Nothing bad happened. That could have had something bad happen, presumably red question mark. Or it's meant to just intimidate you away from the other two. Go bomb right away. at all this money. Money. Fuck. Okay, that's the unupgraded one bouncing around right now. In lots of spots, though. Wonderful to see. Lots of extra damage on this. Especially since the refresh allowed it to actually put it to use immediately. Perfect, I wanted to get rid of more of those vines. The rebound I wanted, but it'll do. That's what I was afraid of. That's why I was trying to get rid of this one. I didn't get the landing that I wanted for it. Oh, come on! How did that not count? I call shenanigans on that. That was not the bounce I expected. I'm really gonna end up with all of my orbs stuck to this one line, aren't I? See, that's why I didn't do that before. I anticipated that bounce happening. But on the bright side, this attack's about to be stupid. In a good way. Except there's another fucking vine that I saw it, but brain didn't account for it for some reason. There we go. Unleash hell! Not gonna do as much as I am claiming it would, but the bombs will help. It was also just fun unleashing all those orbs at once. Really? There we go. I was gonna say we really need a board refresh. Because we were starting to run out of places to bounce from. You're in danger. We're taking lots of chip damage, but we've not been accomplishing much here. With a fuller board like this, we can definitely do a bit more than we did before. If it had done any better than that, it would have done quite a lot. I was gonna say, please hit the refresh. Come on now. Gonna be close, but I think we're gonna win. Fresh. Yep, there he goes. Extra ordinary. Weak crit damage that cannot be modified. Oh yeah, we've seen that one. You know what? Let's grab that one. That one looks like it'll be fun. Ooh, it goes to 4 times. Wait. Oh no, this is the reverse of the one we saw before. Whereas, instead of extra crit damage, it gives extra real damage. We'll actually definitely upgrade that. Just upgrade. Wait, because 5 times crit bonus is, very silly. 6 raw damage is all. Yeah, we'll hold some money. We got Faraday's Fate. Summons a round squirrel onto the pegboard whenever 30 pegs are hit, but is destroyed after 100 uses. Constricting Chains. Every orb will fire 2 additional copies onto the pegboard, but all orbs deal half damage rounded down and can only be aimed in 4 directions. Heavy Hand. Every even shot activates a peg at an additional time, but it becomes dense. Molten Mantle. Your current shot, its total damage is dealt to the targeted enemy every 3 gold collected. You no longer obtain gold from pegboard. Let's go with the Heavy Hand for fun. Orbs being dense is going to make things tricky, but I think the extra activations will be helpful. I just gotta remember that it's only on every even shot. So, like, not this shot, but the next one. The crit. That's what you want to do with this one. And it got the crit. So its damage actually decreases, which is such an awful concept. And this is the dense shot, which is going to be a little bit of an issue. There we go. There's the refresh to fix it. Piercing on that was a blessing and a curse. You're noticing me falling quiet, by the way. I'm alternating between jamming to the music and munching on a brownie. So don't mind me. Also why I've muted a couple times, because I mute to unwrap it so I'm not making a bunch of crinkle noise. Could get an upgraded orb. There are definitely no shops anywhere nearby. Heal and take the upgraded swole torch. This way we get lots of base damage on the board. Bank some of the money in case we find. Right. That definitely didn't go according to plan, but it's going to work out, I think. Yep, because there goes the knight immediately. Now that one went worse. I really gotta stop going straight for the bombs. Specifically on this layout. You'll notice the knife didn't pierce the shield. I've eaten the brownie now, so there's gonna be less distraction. Somewhat less distraction, at least. Of course, no sooner do I say that, do I get watered down the wrong head. I just can't win. I'm fine as far as I can tell. Party base concerned. Wildly unfortunate timing again. 2 days in a row on shit like that happening, trying to talk while I'm doing other things, which is a mistake. Go ahead and grab the splat orb. I have a fight to choose, so it's not like I'm gonna make a great decision here. That seems hardly fair, having this guy just right in my face. Bounce around the Charlie Brown stripes. Okay, I'm gonna mute real quick to try to clear this. 1 second. Okay, that should be a little bit better. You don't want to clear your throat excessively because that can cause other problems. A little bit of push would be a good idea. Try to knock that chandelier down on him. To get rid of something that's shooting at me and to get rid of the guy underneath it. I'm surprised he didn't move. I would think they would move. Ah, there they go. He teleports. Well, he needs to die, though. Be dropping the chandelier on the other one quite yet. Oh, goddammit, we got a crit. It's so rare that I'm unhappy about getting a crit. But on the bright side, that punched right through and slaughtered a lot of them. That didn't work according to plan at all. Dropped the wrong chandelier too, because I couldn't pierce through it. Oh, they teleport and then go back. Okay. That explains why when I just stopped paying attention a little bit, their positioning made no sense. Now, last guy appears, and I should be able to knock the chandelier on him and clear the board, except for the fact that the fucking flat orb bounced the worst way immediately. There we go. Crunch. Managed to make the plan work eventually. Every attack is a crit. Convert every 8 crit. Doesn't activate crit on a hit. Let's take that. I have a plan. It's gonna backfire to a certain degree, but it's gonna make the extraordinary backfire a bit, but everything else will benefit from it. So I just have to hope that they don't appear near each other in the lineup. Which right now they're not, so that's good. We'll just have that bounce around as much as it can, actually, so it can put around more cubes. And it didn't really accomplish anything. It's honestly kind of a weak start. Okay, put a couple bouncy spots around. Not a ton, but better than nothing. hard to get a here. Make it work. Like, nice. Get rid of the front running knight, so the shield is out of the way. Yes, yes, all of the power. The power. That was massive overkill on that guy in the front, but you know what? Sometimes that's what you need. And even if it isn't what you need, it's what makes you feel better at the time. We are in trouble a little bit here, though, I will admit. Okay, where are the crits? There's crits at the end. Okay, that's not bad then. Oh, that was a heavy bounce. That wizard is so dead. That wizard is super dead. I really wish that had piercing right about now, considering our current situation is not ideal. That might have been one of the weakest bounces we've ever fucking had. There we go, double bomb. That'll help. That gets rid of that guy's shield and weakens him. He is gonna walk up to me now. Concerning. The strong knight is also a worry. Say he's a warrior. And you know what? I wouldn't mind dying for that joke, actually. I would deserve it. Really doesn't look good. Might be able to do something, but it's not looking. Oh, no, that's him dead, and his friend dead. We managed to pull it off. We are just, you know, in shambles a little bit. I would have been down with the Spintress thing, but we just do not have the advantage. Make use of that right now. Okay. Pressures activate nearby pegs when activated, so that's a good. Dungeon die. When your deck is shuffled, each orb's damage and crit is randomly rolled between stat -2 and stat +4. That one's funny. And counterfeit crits. Whenever a crit peg is hit, convert regular to crit. So again, working against one of our orbs, working with all of the other ones. So we're gonna take the counterfeit crits. It might backfire. But we also have an orb that's designed to work with that. Basically, it's all about adding more crit options. Serious altar again, huh? Either my extra ordinary or my swolled. We're gonna get rid of the level 1 swolled, make the extra ordinary better. Even though that's the one that's at a disadvantage. It just seemed like a bad trade to get rid of the level 2 extraordinary right now and just get a level 2 swolled instead out of it. And now he pulls out the reflect shield, which is what's going to be a problem here. Inside that does double the things I'm hitting, but it also, you know, reflects damage. Wow, that just did not work out at all, huh? Ship, we're in danger. Now, of course you bounced away from the refresh that you were out there to get. You did. Ow. Yeah, I think we die here. I think this is a we die scenario. Unless this dagger, like, hella pops off, which it didn't. Instead, all he did was make it so that the laser duped me. So, not ideal. There was big potential there, just unfortunately not landed. I think the crit setup we were getting there would have only worked if I hadn't gone for all the soul tones. First peg hit by each orb gets plus 10. Yeah, sure, we'll go. Venturine. Oh, hey, there's another boss we haven't seen yet today. That's the one I'm used to seeing. This is probably gonna be the last run of Peglin, though, and then Castlevania for a while. The two that tied in the poll both get to come out to play. So any of you that were holding coins for Castlevania won't have to hold for too much longer. So everything in this room is about to die. Kaboom! Jack Orb Lantern. First time this orb fall off the pegboard and instead returns to the top. Can target any enemy. I think the Echo Orb better, but I like the idea of the Jack-o'-lantern. I want that. Hopefully pop back up. I can have that. Oh, this... awful. Problem with the Echo Orb is unless something goes before it or you get a crit, it's complete horror garbage. That bomb will help make up for the loss of the Echo, though. Well, that was the worst bounce. Like, I thought other bounces were bad. No, that was 100% the worst bounce we've had today. That's a competitor for it, though. But I am trying to be cheeky and just grab that bomb and be done with it, so... It's understandable that things were backfiring on me a little bit. I also meant to look at the intel thing. I completely forgot to. Generator. Applies lightning slimed every 8 pegs hit. Lightning slimed pegs are durable and zap nearby pegs when hit. So it's basically just the lightning orb, but places it on other pegs instead. Eh. Go 60. Sure. Gonna be really reliant on not being the thing that goes first, but other than that, it's great. Are you kidding? Tiny bounces when I don't want them, but when I want them, get big boy bounce. In the woods, you find a clearing with a stream directly in the center. There's a nook trunk with brambles twisting wildly out of it. Reach into the nook, lose 10 health, or shake the tree. We'll go stick my hand in there, why not? Reach into the nook, which has been overgrown with rampant brambles. You suffer minor scratches. And a bramble level 3 is stuck to your hand when you pull it back. Oh, handy. I assumed I was gonna get a bramble, so I just went ahead and reached in. Level 3 is surprising, though. There it is immediately. We do take a little bit of damage using this, but it does a fair whack on its own. 5 per peg is pretty nice. course, you know, 9 with a crit, so that guy's shit. This guy's not gonna do too well either because the Echo will do 135. It's a shame that these guys are all coming out one at a time. It makes sense. As it would not be to their advantage to come out in a group here. Joke's on them, though. I waited with bomb ready to go. Kaboom! That's the sound the bomb makes. Front guy's gonna die to that. Now it's just one-on-one. That might do the job, depending on how it bounces. Yep, that'll do. Illu Circle. Every 9 hit, gain 5 Ballusion. Every 3 Ballusion, gain 3 Ballusion for every coin collected. Bad. Gives us dodge chance. I was gonna aim for the shop, but I think now what we're gonna do is instead go the other way. Try our best to go. Nice. I would rather have an elite fight right now anyway, because we're in decent shape and we can pick up a relic that way without having to pay an arm and a leg for. Triple plant, huh? Okay, that's fine. Fight plants with plants. Except that didn't go as well. Supposed to bounce in there and roll around. Bounce just out as planned. Away. Happening. Check on some. There's something happening up there. I wish people follow instructions better. And I don't say that about anybody in particular. It is because of something specific happening. But this is a general statement of I really wish people would be better about following instructions. Like, I've had so many times where I will give such clear, concise instruction, literally everything laid out, and somehow I still have things going wrong. And I get it, sometimes it's a lot to take in and people end up missing pieces, things like that. It's so frustrating sometimes. Really hate how bad we've gone. Give me a second here, y'all, because it's gonna take extra time because of how slow I have to type for this thing not to fall apart. discussion happening in that other part was irrelevant to what we're doing right now. But it was... The section itself was tangentially related to what I was fixing, so I needed to make sure that that wasn't a related discussion happening. I also needed to chime in on. Just got multi. Tempting. There is still a shop in our region. We have 50. Might actually. The Ring of Reeds. All orbs have +1 assist. Basically, those orbs can be used twice instead of once. Or moves on to the next one. Mask of Sorrow. When applying negative status effects to an enemy, apply additional duplication potion. When crit and refresh move, they leave a stationary copy of the position. Take that. That'll make more crit on the board. Drop time. You got slime. Wall and bottom bouncers are extra bouncy. Routing investment. Increase your health point by 20 when entering a question mark. By 20%, that is. Detonate bombs in one. Well done, Stake. Whenever you reload, heal 6. Vision detection. This is that scale up with each perk. Just remain fixed at their initial price. That is a really nice one. Like, all of these are pretty good. I'm gonna take the reload heal. Load a decent amount. I really wanted the get money every time you go to a question mark. We go to so many questions. Some of the adventure boards just have so many of them. Guaranteed. The grabby hand we've seen before, and bomb baton we've all seen. I'll take the bomb baton again though. We died so soon after getting that, we didn't really get to see it in action too much. Fight. We're gonna be guaranteed a shop coming up here. What the? Be full of slime. Huh. Can't say I see that every day. Some people might though. Time to put 3 down. Well, that didn't go where it was supposed to bounce off of that, go up here, bounce up and around. And I think that was a little too much to ask for. But funny if it worked, though. This was specifically sent out to get me a bunch of evasion. And it worked. Didn't get me as much evasion as I hoped for. How's that song go? You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, you get what you need. More money. For the free money. Now, whether I'll manage to land on any of said free money, now that's another question. I should probably do something about these slimes that are approaching upon me. Wow, that was an aggressive bounce. Okay, game. Like, I know I hit that with full force, but sometimes I've done that and it just kind of just bounces straight back up again. I used to really understand how the physics of the game work. I really clearly don't anymore. But there goes all the slimes. Echo Orb's about to do numbers. Not because of its own power. And there we go. Victory for us. We came out of that okay despite the misplays. You have a shop coming up. Let's hold for now. Puppet. Prime slime. Every 17 pegs hit has a random positive slime hit applied to it. Short stack. Attacks gain minus regular plus 1 critical for every critical on the board. I'm gonna go ahead and take the puppet now. Here, my sock puppet. It is my real face. That kind of worked. Especially since we actually dodged the damage thanks to the puppet. So we actually have a chance to get more money. That is a strategy, by the way, is purposely taking this navigation damage in order to get coins. I didn't mean to do it the second time. Or the third time. Okay, good. I just wanted extra money since we're gonna be shopping soon. Bats. It's the bat field. That one. Such bizarre bounces sometimes, I tell you. Okay. But he's catching up. Good. Okay, that bomb will help a fair bit. That gets rid of one bat, weakens, guarantees that one dies, and guarantees us not getting hit, which is the best part. You know, guaranteed us not getting hit until I botched that shot trying to be fancy. I swear these things almost have random weight to them. I love massive irrelevant pings that get my attention. Okay, all but one have died. Good. Get some more money. Actually almost have 100 coins. The all over nothing we've seen. This is the one I thought that the other one was. This would have been perfect with the setup we were building. Concentration. Oh yeah, this is the one that goes through and he hits non-standard pegs. Which is kind of wacky. The money so we can buy stuff at the shop. I debated healing as well, but nuts to it. We'll heal by reloading, totally. Shop is right before the boss, which is a mild concern. Let's see, stuff for the sling, ambidextrous, rallying heart. Good. The Electorp magnet is pretty funny too. Strong attraction to brushes and crits, weak attraction to bombs and regular pegs. Effect is full strength for 3 seconds and decreases over the next 6 seconds. You can do some shenanigans with that. The Mem Orb deals bonus damage for every peg activated by any orb this battle can target any enemy. That one's also very good. Darkness to Turball, just exciting. We can get a pebble for if we want more pebbles. Why would I? Go ahead and grab the Electorp magnet. Issue I have with the rallying heart. I currently have no battle heal, so I don't think the percentage increases matter. So I don't think I want. I think instead we're gonna take the stuff for the make the pebbles we have a bit strong. So we do still have that of them. I could still afford the memoir. Grab that too. Makes our reloads a little lower, but I think it'll be worth it. Right, the Slime's battlefield is bounce hell. Bomb. Get a crit. Does only have 900 hit points. Theory. Understand why I say that as the fight progresses. And you'll notice we're starting on alternating sides each time. Magnet's gonna do its thing. Magnets, how do they work? Fortunately, this run's timing is gonna make that I'm gonna have to probably do the swapping without there being an ad, because the ad is running right now. Be that way sometimes. Shouldn't take me too long to swap everything over for Castlevania anyway. The hardest part about setting up for Castlevania at this point is going to be just switching to Castlevania crowd control. Which I already set all the prices and such. As long as they stayed, I should be able to just switch it, crowd control, and be good to go. I don't know if y'all are gonna get more free coins when I turn it off and on again. I think that is the case. I do believe that that's going to happen. This will be about to die here, because I'm having a real hard time actually hurting this guy. He does a fair whack of damage pretty quickly from what I remember. It also picks you up like this, which is upsetting. There we go, there's the refresh I desperately needed. Let's have a basic stone. Ditch that one. Oh, there's just another stone behind it. I thought the magnet was next. I misread the order. Oh. I think die this turn. Oh, no, we have one chance. Go, magnet, for the good of the city. And we saved it. Oh, just barely. I have 2 hit points left, but it was a boss fight, so we'll heal. I'm taking another magnet. Give me another magnet. Yes, please. Magnet is friend. Endless Devouring. Attacks deal double damage, but every peg activated gets downgraded with -3 damage. Sealed Conviction. You gain 3 balance at the start of battle and whenever you reload, but you have -1 or discard. Balance increases all damage of all by its value. There's the Heavy Hand again and safety regulations. We'll take the Sealed Conviction because I very rarely discard. This is just a benefit for it. We're gonna have that last run luck potentially. Might be a thing. It's a hell of a thing to think about that I used to be able to consistently get to the end of this game. Now I'm struggling to get through the castle. It goes to show how a game changes over time and how you forget how to do things. give it a bit of damage of its own. Up to 28. Wham! Somehow didn't hit the crit. Are you kidding me? I swear, sometimes the game just goes, nah. Okay, guys, anyway. We got the darkness. Summoning circle. Summons copies of the next orb in your deck. You know what? That'll be funny. That has silly potential. So down for. Even though that might backfire on me at this point. Sometimes you gotta just have fun. Magnet's doing magnet things. It's gonna wear off as far as its bouncing goes. Oh wow, I looked away for a moment and all the enemies died, huh? Oh, okay, so it doesn't bounce around on its own, it literally just sends the copy out. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to send a copy out and then also go, so it would be like a weird multi-ball. That worked out well that it gave me a fake Bramball. It also didn't deal damage to me, which... Nice to get a refresh, but I ain't getting that. Right now, anyway. Was supposed to bounce immediately off and go straight into the refresh. It did not work out that way. Doesn't matter. This guy's the only one left and he's dead now. I was gonna BM him. Summons 2 copies of the next orb. Yes. Give. Upgrade. Yes. Upgrade complete. We get ball lightning. Lightning is always good. Gee, I wonder where we're going. Probably should. Never mind, we're good. I was expecting it to fly into the fire and make me sad again. Immediately for being a smartass. Yeah, the big ones give you credit but don't actually disappear, so you can just have something just bouncing around to those a bunch for free. Bomb first, and then delete. Get that chandelier, because that'll help us get rid of the other guy. Especially when we have hits like that. According to plan, but it'll do the job. Okay, goes the magnet. Your chaos. Not quite enough. Pretty good chaos there. Just short of killing him. Saddest day. With the amount of health he had left, if I had a discard, that would have been a good time to use it just to get rid of the bramble ball so I didn't hurt myself with it. But I've got no reason to worry. Do ball. Doubles the amount of spinfection on the enemy. Target any enemy. 50, but not something I need. I don't really have any spinfection. Now, 3 copies of the next door. That summoning circle is going to do devastating things, and it's going to be delightful. Ow. Layout is kind of rancid. Ow. Actually make it in there this time. Thank you. Got some money, though. It just, was painful. As usual. That's how making money usually works. Oh, it's the coin flip. What? We'll try. Flip, try again. Flip, 3rd time, failed. Fuck you. If 3rd time ain't the charm, I ain't interested. Oh, there's the forge. Let's try the smithing hammer this. I don't remember what that does. Whenever you discard an upgradable orb, upgrade it till the end of combat. Well, that's garbage for us, but we'll take it anyway. The hammer is quite heavy for your tiny, tiny arms, but you should be able to make some use of it with your special satchel. Because we can't discard anything, so it literally doesn't work. Nice, there goes that bomb. I'm not gonna get lucky enough to set off the other one. That's okay. One is useful. Because you could argue you would be greedy. Nice, there goes 1 bomb, 2 bombs. That's enough to get rid of the mage. That's beautiful. That's also gonna get rid of the shield before the 532 damage attack goes through. The shield won't eat it. Guy lost 10 times his hit point. This next guy's gonna get lucky though, unless the bomb goes off. Nah. Knife just hits the shield. Unfortunately for him, the Echo comes up next and is gonna do very, very bad things to all of his friends. Him too, but I'm assuming as somebody who guarding his friends, he'd be much more upset if all of his friends got obliterated. It's okay though, they're all gonna go together. Go for the icicle. So regular attack pierces 1 enemy. On crit, pierce all enemies. Or pierces first peg. Apply 2 blind on hit. Oh, it's going for the eyes. I get it. Salviation applies damage reduction slime to every 10 pegs hit. Each damage reduction is slime on the board. Damage and melts off once. Okay. Disregard. Max out the Echo so it does 100% of the previous damage. Now that we have things that are about dealing damage. Are you kidding? Darkness, my old friend. Grab your hand. Wants to touch. Let him touch. That's how I feel about it right there. All those bombs going off, that's about right for how I feel about what he's trying to do here. Nope. Die. Take note of how much health he has, though. All of that and we barely dented his health bar. All his life. That is all the reason we need. As to why he exists, we'd actually need to get the bestiary entry for him for that, and I don't know if we're going to. wish I could hit one of those refreshes. Nope, the magnet actually wins that shot bit. Getting closer. No. God damn it, I should have shot sooner. I didn't account for the movement. That's on me. Damn it. Still didn't hit a single refresh with all of that I got hit. And the delay because I had to wait for him to move and he didn't get the shot. Got it. It's not gonna help for that shot, but it'll help us for this shot, and hopefully mean he's not gonna kill me. I don't recall how much damage he does per hit, but I'm willing to bet with how long it took him to get to me, it's gonna be a lot. Oh, it's only 25. That's not as bad as I feared. But we got lots of ball lightning going out, so hopefully this will do something good. Not as much as I could have hoped for. He is almost dead. So are we. Oh, we dodged. Okay, we got enough damage with that, so we're good. Everything is fine. That was very nearly a disaster. Reward the ball lightning for being good and heal myself. Actually, we can max out the ball. Worth doing because it clears so much screen. Alchemist Cookbook, Dungeon Die, or Spiffy Crit. Attacks apply one exploitable to enemies or exploitable on crit. We're gonna take that because that makes them take extra crit damage and that'll be handy. And grab a chest. There's gonna be more chests after this. You don't want to go to the chest on the left. Decoy orb. Enemies don't get their extra turns on your first or extra crit. Since we have the extra crit damage, we'll take the extra crit off. The box on the right is the box on the left leads to a shop we have no money. Spiral Slayer. At the start of battle, gain 1 circle, so I just get +1 basic damage. Or Ballusion for every... I have a orb that gives me Go ahead and get more. Let's get as much dodge as we can so we just don't die, hopefully. Oh, thanks, I hate it. I have a plan. Let's see if the plan worked. Nope, the plan did not work, because that refresh was supposed to still be there for a couple rounds. We're gonna be able to do something very silly once the summoning circle appears. Triple magnet. Unleash hell upon mine enemies. Plants in one of the rocks. Get some intel points. Bombs to get rid of nothing, but it'll hurt. I thought this was down to 90, but I forgot that these plants are 300, not 200. Ow. That is my head. That is not a place for blocks to go. Should do the job for clearing out the rest of this. This is a card game? Like your first monster trading card. I forgot there were monster trading cards in the game. They got added so long after I stopped playing this back then that I completely forgot that was one of the things they added. Oh, this plant is so fucked. Rip this bastard. Signal boost orb. This orb is affected by a musical spiness and balanced twice. So it just gets more buff from buffs. That's okay. Go ahead and upgrade the memoir. Right along. Lots of ball lightning, huh? Okay. Oh, all of the lightning! That poor bastard out front is about to get hit with a house made out of lightning. That is over 1,000 damage. Also, all the bombs are going to kill everything before the lightning even goes off. So the first poor sap out the door instead gets blasted. Oh, I forgot that's how that worked. I thought the lightning was going to go into nothing and I was going to be very sad. It was so much better. Orb's gonna do 115. I should have targeted the mage because it can target anybody with it. Oh well. Be able to kill him quite yet. It's unfortunate because he's one that can attack me at any time. It's okay. We'll get it done. We're very much gonna get it done. See? Isn't up the... Now it's boss time. We might actually be able to beat the painter this. Basically, we're either gonna move to Castlevania or we're going to win this fight. Two options we have right now. And here is your periodic reminder that the crowd control button exists, and anybody that's subscribed gets extra coins, as reminded of earlier. Feel free to spend all your free coins causing whatever trouble you decide. What they're there for, after all. Oh yeah, this has over. Targeting him is fine. Fortunately, the self-damage there wastes the puppet. That's okay. Okay, yeah, it only overflows in a straight line. That doesn't quite do it. Such a bad bounce. Hate it here sometime. Speaking of bad bounces, Jesus, that was... Considering what's about to happen with... I'm gonna target the boss with... This is gonna throw a bunch of daggers out. Like those to get some damage on the boss. Painting's gone, none of them get their color in. And that also gets the pegs brought back. That was... I should have also aimed at the painting so it would die. Revive another painting. That's good. That'll get rid of the one I was targeting. Two paintings. Now painter's attacking. That's gonna be overkill on that painting, but it's okay. effect. They haven't done anything yet, so off on attacking the paintings. Second. That's what's causing us a problem right now, is we're focusing a little too hard on the painting. Inter has too much health. There we go, got the refresh I wanted. Not quite the result I wanted, but it's okay. Okay, we dodged that. Okay, this Memoir is gonna do a lot of damage. Staying on target with that then. Fresh. Didn't need to hit 2 refreshes, but okay. That went really badly. Speaking of really badly, we are good right now. We're gonna heal a bit, which help. We are definitely in danger. They have a very heavy health advantage on. I need to start clearing out those paintings. Otherwise, they're gonna get full paint, and we don't actually know what happens when they do that, and I'd really rather not find it. Poison's gonna be what we're for. We can dodge most everything else, but the poison, you know, for obvious reasons, not dodgeable. We cannot dodge that which is within us. Okay, we dodged his attack. It looks like they do a stronger attack once they're painted. That's not as concerning as I thought it would. Gonna do a lot of extra damage. I'm gonna... No, I can't afford to risk it. I need to kill him. We lose here no matter what I do, though, I think. Unless I got, like, double bomb, which was only down in that corner, which I cannot get to. Yep, poison kills us. That's a shame. That was a decent run, but it was a little sloppy, and that's what got us killed there. I definitely overdid it on fighting the paintings. I did say we were gonna look at the with the intel. Ah, yeah, you get intel on an enemy and then you get their card and everything. Anyone that's grabbing coins right now, I do recommend you hold on to them for the moment because we are switching games. Do not try to trigger any effects right now because they are not going right now. Keep that in mind. We are going to be hopping over to Castlevania for probably hour and a half to 2 hours, somewhere in there. Before anybody gets ahead of themselves and starts interrupting the crowd control now and putting it back up for Castlevania. Thankfully, won't take long to do. Takes a couple inputs. This part is honestly finding it in the light. We end up relatively lower that so nobody gets deafened by it. Yeah, that sounds... No. We just our categories and everything and we'll be all set to go. Get used to that sound, you're gonna be hearing that a lot. Not expect the picture they have there, but you know, go with it. There we go. That's all been switched over. I forgot. Thankfully it'll pick up anyway. be totally fine. Get the actual session started back up here. There you go. You'll probably be able to pick up free coins again, so if you want coins, go for it. And feel free to start doing whatever it is you're going to want to do. And I'm going to have to remember how to Castlevania. It has been an amount of time since I've played Castlevania 1. Of course, same as with Peglin, everything's very cheap right now. Because that's what y'all had earned during the Donathon. Quiet, I think in the entrance here had apparently be fine. I forget what weapon. There should be really my favorite choice. Oh yeah, that clears the screen. You know, that's what you need right as you're about to leave the screen. I would have swore there was music by now. So I seem to recall that there is actually like an issue if the demo screen plays or something where you don't actually get the music. Like weird code issue like. Just enjoy musicless Castlevania for first go here and then fix it afterwards. At least you still have the important part, the death sound. Oh, there we go. Now it's back. Quiet. Less loud than I expected it to be. I'll take the hit to fix the... There we go. I expected that to be louder than it was. That should be better. Wasn't worried about taking the hits, though, because we could just get the wall chicken from there. They all should be good to redeem whatever now. Not seeing things queuing up and getting stuck or anything, so should pretty be working fine. I did lose my holy getting the music back, but that's fine. Could be much worse. So we do need all the hearts we can get so we can actually use sub-weapons when we get sub-weapons back. It's the useless screen clear right before the exit again. For some reason thought they could go up the stairs. Then again, I also failed. No, my time! Well, that's gonna be the death of me there, huh? Enjoy that noise until we die. Let that be penance for your sins. Nothing I can do about that. It's just what's gonna happen here. Oh yeah, there's the boss. Okay. So anyway, that's what happens when you run out of time. Oh yeah, that's temporary invincibility. That's what that is. Very temporary invincibility. Fortunately, it does mean I don't have very many hearts for this fight, but it's just a bat. That big. This is fine. Considering the amount of hearts I had, having no sub-weapon is about the same as having a sub-weapon. Now, if I could get my timing to work better, hitting him as he dives at me, that would... I made the mistake of thinking that that was going to be a sub-weapon in there. We are losing this first go-around because I'm forgetting how to... Or maybe not. There we go. Who needs a sub-weapon? Stage. Maybe rusty, but I'm not I'm not completely inept. If I were completely not inept, I wouldn't have gotten hit by that. To say I'm rusty is only partially accurate. This is fun. Okay, we are once again basically not having a sub-weapon by having this. Fine. Yeah, what I was gonna say is I never was especially great at Castlevania 1 Tippy. I definitely played a lot more of the later ones rather than the classic set. And when I did play the classic set, I played more of like Dracula X and Rondo of Blood and things like that than the NES set. Thankfully, there are plenty of things that carry over. Like disdain for the dagger, for example. For the most part, though this has its uses. I would have rather keep the cross. Not that I'm gonna get to keep it anyway, because I kind of assumed exactly what just happened now was going to happen anyway. I suspect I'm going to be carrying the stopwatch for eternity if certain people have their say. I could have used it to avert that fate, don't get me wrong. But knowing me, I would have done that and then immediately hurled myself into the non-moving Medusa head, so it wouldn't have mattered, really. You don't need to send me multiple stopwatches. It doesn't do anything when you send the second one. As long as it's still there on screen, sending another one won't help you. As you can see, the stopwatch really does not last very long at all. It really is kind of garbage. Which I'm sure is exactly why it's being sent to me repeatedly. I did, yes. This is true. Dagger existed in my hand. And then it was stolen by time. And welcome in, King of Dad Joke. Hope you did well today. I think you can make this joke. Yeah, there we go. I assume there's something I might want up here. Nope, just a heart. Not even anything behind that wall. Just a heart. And I jumped too early. I misjudged the speed of that platform. How long am I gonna hold on to this cross? Answer, that long. I'm very tempted to just immediately throw the first sub-weapon I get. Uh-oh. New button has been found. I now have a new nightmare. I was anticipating this exact situation happening from these being as cheap as they are, but I promised cheap crowd control, so cheap crowd control is what I'm gonna have to deal with. Deal with the consequences of my generosity. Well, more of the consequences of everyone else's generosity, since this was bought and paid for, basically. If I'm stuck with this thing, you know what? I may as well use it. Wait, I have dagger. Throw dagger. See? Daggers exist. And they're gone. But I proved something else exists. I am unstoppable. And there's your proof, by the way, that the stopwatch really is just terrible because they can still hurt you when they're time stopped. You could actually just provide yourself with obstacles if you time it wrong with time stop. It's so bad. It's comically bad. Very good in like 2 situations. That's like about it that I can think of. Being one of the situations, it's not completely useless. Judged the arc twice there. Okay, you know what? Stop that. Just leaving. This way we at least get somewhere before I die a miserable death again. Let that be a lesson in why Medusa heads are everyone's least favorite thing. Aside from if you're watching. If you're watching, Medusa heads are great because you get to watch people suffer. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Well, you would think I would have been safe stepping there, but I forgot that those have funny range. Joke's on you, that actually allows me to hit the things that I'm standing next to. But I also get hit by things that are next to me instead. Because there's actually a funny thing with the whip. The lowest level whip is the only whip that can hit where you're standing. The other ones, for some reason, lose their near 30 range, and it's weird. That hitbox is so bad. Like, I keep getting thrown by how bad that hitbox is, which is why I keep getting hit there. That isn't just to burn people's coins, I assure you. That's just me being screwed by the fact that it's like a mile wide. After all, if the goal was to burn everybody's coins, I would have left those at the original price they were, which is like 10 coins per sub-weapon. I still could have claimed that that was cheap. The only one who would know the difference is somebody who actually looked at the crowd control list. That's not how I do things. I try to run an honest show here, even if I pull shenanigans sometimes. Not even gonna bother with these. We're just leaving. Let's do it. Okay, you know what? Maybe I am leaving this mortal coil. And a fresh one spawning in the worst spots possible. Shall use your gift as well as I can. Some would say this watch is a curse. At this point, I have to treat it as a gift because it's the only thing I'm ever allowed to have anyway. Dodge, dive, weave. Now we're back to Crusher Hell. Damn it. Well, good news, that upgrade whip actually came in before the auto refund kicked in. There's actually a funny thing about the timing for that, but I'm not gonna comment on it unless it actually becomes relevant. I think it did something. I'm not gonna... There we go. So the thing I think happened is it changed the way that the power-ups through the level were seeded. So since I had a level 2 whip going into that room, that's why it took that long for the level 3 whip to be available. Oh, it hits me there, huh? That's a yikes. That's a big yikes. Oh, I should stay standing. I forgot I could break those. It didn't have to be harm. I'm just so used to every other game where you're short enough when you duck that you go under that. Explode the screen. I probably well, it's only occasional. That wasn't a real cross, but thank you for the stopwatch anyway. Crap. Anya. Joke's on you, I can stopwatch these too. This is what the stopwatch will actually be good for. Anyway, that's a boss dead. I don't think it works on every boss, but I think the Medusa... Well, the Medusa is obviously one of the ones it does work on. That basically just turned that into a freebie. I don't know why I keep going for the money bags. They don't matter. For score. I was testing you. I wanted to see if you'd send me a stopwatch because you assumed I was going to pick up the holy water. Oh, hi, Flea Man. He has ascended. No, basic platforming, my weakness. Oh, right, the crow's dive. I thought he was just gonna go straight across, so I ducked to avoid him, and then, lo and behold, you know, unfortunate things happened. We got surprisingly far for having one hit point getting up there. Yep, there it is. There's the stopwatch again. Don't get me wrong, you know, if I actually thought to use it more, it would be useful for like, dealing with this idiot for this jerk. I'm also just so in the habit of saving my hearts for boss fights. Rid of that bird. We can just scroll the skeleton off the screen and he sees his... None can touch the master of time. Except gravity. Gravity can certainly touch the master of time! No, I was joking. And, well, there we are. Once again, in the pit. I forgot you take more than one hit. I don't know why the ghosts of all things take 2 hits to kill. When in every Castlevania, more or less after that, they take 1 hit. In perpetuity. Very weird. you know, first game. And die here very soon. May not seem like soon. Pausing time a lot. Oh, thank you. That was actually very kind. Appreciate that immensely. I will try to survive longer as a result of your gift. I need those to not be in that position. I think I'm about to make the same mistake again. Thing is, if I went down the stairs, I would die anyway. My only hope was to somehow clear him. But you would think I would have learned from the first time. I'm not always a smart man. But that is also why it was a case of try to live longer. Rather than I will definitely live longer. Bright side, I'm gonna get a lot better at Castlevania today. What does it say about my expectations, by the way, that I genuinely am already further than I thought I was going to get? Yeah, I don't know if that just says bad things about me, bad things about what I expected y'all to do, all of the above. I'm inclined to say all of the above. Okay, he jumped off, so I don't need to deal with him as... Oh. Except he respawns! Could have had an axe for a second. There we go, we made progress. Something happened! I think the statue garden would have been before the Medusa boss fight. That would have made sense. No. Enough of that. He went low. Oh, no, no. Oh, the bullets still exist. Well, he took a really bad angle. Well, we're here anyway, so it's fine. That could have been a lot worse. Okay, keep diving and dodging. Run! Hey, look, a naturally occurring stopwatch. Leaving. Okay, we made it to another checkpoint. Things going fine. Things going great, even. Totally. Oh, come on! I keep forgetting that they come out at different timings. Like, some of them will fly down at one speed, and some of them fly down much faster. So if you're jumping to meet them, you're going to get screwed some of the time. Thank you. Okay. And there was nothing I could do there. No matter what move I made, I was gonna die there. Is if I stayed there and kept whipping, what happened was going to happen. If I stopped to get rid of the Medusa head, I was gonna get shot. Like, there just was a no-win prospect there. God, the angle on those birds is so weird. Some things I can handle quite well, and other things it's just disaster. Like these Medusa heads being specifically angled to fuck you over against this guy. Okay, we got past them. Yep, kinda figured. Boom! I don't die instantly. I don't have any hearts to use. Come on, come on. Yes! First try. If that food wasn't there, we would not have made that. The Medusas are a nuisance, yeah. Because they're placed just awkwardly enough in some of those spots. Like, we definitely took more damage from the bone towers, but the Medusa heads enabled the bone towers to be the problem. Oh, that's a hole. Now we're down here, where a lot of pit death is going to happen. So buckle up for that happening. Or I'm not gonna be able to keep you anyway. Aha! Ah. God damn it. I tried to be funny and wait out the timing, and instead I fell into my death instead, so it didn't matter. That's what I get. I disagree with that happening, but you know what? That's what happened. I'm gonna just assume that that second one was still karma. Oh, there goes the naturally occurring stopwatch because it fell through the floor. God! They really love their bullshit attacks like that, don't they? Which is why I stopwatched where I did. I really thought I could hit him on the way across. I forget. Doesn't this have limited continue? I seem to recall that this is a limited quantity of continue. Too far. If it does have a limited amount of continues, we're gonna be in trouble here in a hot minute, because we have used quite a few already. If it doesn't, we'll be fine. Already way further along than I anticipated to be. We might actually be able to beat the game if I don't keep doing things like that. Committed jump arcs, you are sure a relic of your time. Next out whip. Bank on being able to hold on to that. You know what? We'll hold on to it as long as I can. Don't that. I keep thinking that those bones are ground, but they're not. The game is not so generous as to give you any kind of stable ground over there. Why would I think otherwise? I really should step to the side there. I know better, but I'm also terrified of just stepping off the platform because I know that the edges of the platform aren't real. They're a lie perpetuated by the game to make you think you have somewhere to stand, but you don't. There goes the power up. Why did I do that? I mean, it was probably a good idea to do that, considering it reset our life count. That still wasn't an intentional decision, necessarily. It was just a bad decision. That just keeps lifting me a whip power up every time he appears. Hey, that part of the platform does actually exist. I was getting in my own head about that the whole time, and it wasn't even true. That was the first time that happened. Remember, those bones are a lie. There went that holy water. Good thing I didn't want it anyway. I make a long-ish jump here. Yep. There we go. Oh, right! Yeah, other funny thing for those that don't know. Those spikes there are solid. They won't kill you directly, but they will cause you to fall off the platform because you're too tall to fit through there. I learned that watching other people suffer through this. I always stay ducked across that just by reflex most of the time anyway, so I never really thought about it. But that time, I slipped because I'm like, no, I need to get that bat. That bat's gonna be a problem. And he was a problem, just not the problem I thought he was going to be, because he fucking baited me. Oh! That's another issue. I pressed jump there, but he didn't jump. I think I hit my head there, which is gonna be a whole other problem. Rare times where you want the stopwatch. The stopwatch will save our life throughout. See. It's obviously not necessary in any way, shape, or form here. Beneficial. Temporary invincibility also bad. You have to step off onto that. You can't jump to it. Just in case anything's waiting for me on these two jumps here. Yep, there's that. Kinda figured. Please. Jump up. Thank you. Good God. Alright. Making progress again, finally. Oh yeah, the flea men dropped by the birds. Just gonna... Nope. Just not dealing with you. No. Not about it today. I said no. Absolutely not. Just not even dealing with it. I mean, I have to deal with a bit of it, but you... reduce the amount of it we were gonna have to put up with. Though I should have saved a bit of time stop juice for this thing. I forgot there was a bone dragon at the end of that. That's on me. I once again get punished for being funny. Trying to be funny. And now we have Tiny Baby Whip for this. This is gonna be very unfortunate. This is why this was a funny thing than it mattering, because I genuinely can clear these guys without it being a major ordeal for the most part. Until you miss one. The moment you miss one, it's over. Because you just get swooped. And now we're back here again. Hooray! Hope everybody liked seeing the water, because we're gonna be living. I was gonna be picking that stopwatch up anyway. I don't know why you set that one. I respect you keeping the bit alive. Keep that bit alive better than I'll keep myself alive, very clearly. No. Okay. Thing's fine. Ceiling actually saved me there. Okay. Cleared that much better this time. Remember, the bone dragon exists this time. Right side, these guys are a great source of hearts. They're a great source of losing hit points, however. If you time your swing even slightly wrong, you're suddenly dealing with arcing salmon of fucking flea men. I'm off screen. There we go. Okey-doke. I made it through there because of the power of the stopwatch. I did not actually want that knife, but you know what? We're stuck with it now, I suppose. Oh hey, what do you know? It's a stopwatch again suddenly. Huh. Who knew how that was gonna happen? We have so many hearts. Hey. Oh, come on! That should have grazed me, not killed me. Come on. I didn't have much choice there. It was stay and die or run and die. Because the odds of me deflecting that correctly were not great. Probably the most used stopwatch is ever going to get used in any time anyone has ever played the game. Not to mention actually being used to do something instead of just, you know, it just being in the inventory. How am I not hitting this candle? Thank you. That just became a personal vendetta at that point. Yeah, stopwatch is only sort of working here. Yeah, that doesn't really work at all there. Like, I'm pretty sure that is the way to win that fight, is just go for Frankenstein's monster straight up. Chasing the flea man around is just a fool's errand. Dagger just... There it is. Oh, God! The timing! The timing! I didn't actually want the dagger, but I reflexively opened the goddamn thing. That's my fault. Thank you. Timeline has been corrected. I just see candle and must strike candle. Dagger does make the fight easier, because I believe you just throw a bunch of daggers at the monster at the end. Win. Oh, he's broken free from the corner now. Why was he staying in the corner so much the first time? Like, I genuinely was confused by him suddenly walking out of there. I could have swore he did walk out of there normal, but him not moving from there the first time made everything make no sense. Anyway, we're back here again. Now, I've not been counting, but I have a feeling you might be starting to run low on coal. Oh, god damn it. That bat only sometimes spawns there, so I'm like, he's not gonna spawn there this time. It's fine. Whack. Bat in the face. So that's 100. You do 50 stopwatch. Hit other things. Reduces the amount of total stopwatches. Yeah, there's been, you know, a bit of fumbling happening, which is no surprise. Had to wait there because I didn't want him dropping down behind me and knocking me off the platform. One jump so finicky. Stand. Light bit of stiffness. Really screwed that whole move up. I can just stop watching. Nope, not quite the rest of the way. Why was I facing left? Not press left in any way, shape, or form. I literally had my hand to the right side of the D-pad. There's no way I could have pressed left. There we go. And this ain't a bad D-pad. Fairly new. I once again grabbed the fucking knife because I'm an idiot. Why I think that's going to matter is beyond me. I don't have the hearts to do this properly even if I was going to. At an angle I can hit, damn you. Don't dare make significant a move, I will probably get shot. There we go. To, I think, everyone's surprise, I did not die yet. But, that's gonna change here in a second. Food here. There's a heart there. That's something. That doesn't do much damage. Oh, I think I understand. I think I get stunned when I hit the flea man. That might be the idea there. The flea man, then you hit the monster, then you hit the flea man, then you hit the monster. But everything here does so much fucking damage per hit. Hard to get there with any real amount of health. Shock horror that this game is difficult. It's just is in fact very difficult. Especially when you can't predict the flea man's angle for the life of you for some reason. Even though the angle is not hard to read, brain is just not reading it. You know, maybe going into a fight like that more than 4 hours in, maybe not my finest of plans. Oh, wait, why is the food in the beginning part of this part? Like, I guess it's for when you get here from the earlier section, but that seems very unhelpful. Especially when you happen to get hit from a bad angled shot like that, and just promptly waste the fact you had full health. Contact with the flea man does so much fucking damage. Fireball, I think, does one more than contact does. Like, no matter how you look at it, you're in trouble in that situation. That fight just kind of sucks. We seem to have gotten a lock there somewhat. I just couldn't follow up on it. It's kind of ironic that if the stopwatch actually worked in that fight, we would have been done and out of there already. Yep, I knew I was gonna overjump. I knew I was too close to the fucking edge when I did that. But I'm so used to having literally any air control at all. Bad air control. That the habit just kicks in sometimes without me really thinking about it. Wait. I hate waiting. That. It's always interesting to think about the fact that different people will have such varying difficulties with these things. Like, I've seen so many people have a nightmare of a time getting through there, but getting through there really isn't that bad. At all, think. And people will breeze through bits like this because they just take their time a little bit more and have better timing than I do. Messes with me sometimes that they'll pause occasionally without actually dropping their flea man. Grab the knife this time. I ironically enough, rather have the stopwatch to get past the bone dragons with more health. Interesting how sometimes the bone dragons will drop hearts and sometimes they'll drop them. I'm sure there's a determining factor for that. I just don't know what it is. I thought about waiting for him to go all the way up down. In fact, what I was afraid of is there was a second of the time stop that I wasted then. Basically in the same position as if I hadn't grabbed the turkey to begin with. Like, I know that it's not that hard to avoid those shots. I just cannot, for the life of me, get my brain to target him and dodge at the same time. My brain just ain't in it. I know that is A, embarrassing, and B, disappointing to many people, but that's just where I'm at today, apparently. I've used up what powers I have for the day, it seems. Because now I'm just timing, avoiding that. Completely wrong, too. Love that for me. Doesn't help when they get real squirrely and start going faster. I got too close that time. That one was my fault. I don't understand something. They move faster sometimes. So why, other than to prevent us doing exactly what we were trying to do there, which was, you know, stun lock it. It's interesting that even an NES game has few things for getting around that kind of behavior. And I may be reading too much into what it did there. It really felt like that was actually meant to prevent exactly what I was doing. Theoretically, the code for that wouldn't actually be that complicated. There was no way I was gonna be able to stop that bad. He was literally at my foot. At that range. It's just like, nope. Ain't shit you can do about that. I don't understand why you can't make a moving jump to that platform. It just doesn't. Basically, if I miss the flea man, I'm just gonna time stop and walk away. Gonna be the strategy now. To get enough hearts to be able to time stop this guy, but I also thought I had enough with 4. Turns out I didn't. That's okay. Should be able to heal most of the damage. When I actually use this knife. That candle there is the candle of sadness. This way we can get to the boss with full health. Probably not gonna matter, but at least I got here. There isn't like a better power-up underneath any of these things, right? Oh, we almost had him in a good position. If it just didn't drop the damn rip there, would have been fine. And I didn't change my timing at all. I was literally pressing the button the exact same way the entire way there, and it just... eventually he broke free anyway. I don't know what. They just break free sometimes, and I don't really have any explanation on that. Like, I would assume there's a specific rhythm to it that isn't quite just as fast as you can. Case in point of him wiggling free, and now we're just kind of SOL here. Unless I manage to just stun lock the boys here, we're over again. There we go. God, the hitbox on the whip is so fucking weird. Doesn't help that my attacks really don't feel like they do much damage, even with a fully upgraded whip. There's a massive gulf in how much damage they do versus how much damage I do. And I may as well just die here, because I apparently just cannot hit him for the life of me suddenly. Love that for me. Been playing Castlevania for... Yes, I'm already genuinely considering stopping. There comes a time where I start to feel a little bad because we're not getting anywhere. Like, we may have just hit what my natural error. Especially when I miss the stopwatch that I need to get that far. I should have stuck to my original plan, because the original plan was to do this first and then do Peglin. And playing this while my mind was much fresher and wiser. Oh, well, I know what happened. I lost forward momentum immediately. I ended up walking with the platform, which is ordinarily a good thing. But in that specific case, it was a... Can I go ahead and reset that? And pretend like that attempt didn't happen? Everything that could go wrong went wrong. Try a time or two more in the name of stubbornness, basically, and then we'll wrap for the day. So I can focus on fixing things for the archipelago next week, make sure everything's set for peak next week, and then from there. Other work I want to get done. Guess who forgot when that platform turned around? I'll give you a hint, it's the guy who's dead again now. Just want to check one fucking thing, but this phone... Such garbage sometimes. They just needed 2 seconds for the phone to actually do its job for a second. But God forbid you be left alone that long. I can't even blame y'all for that, because it's just the game that is just that much of a bastard sometimes. Of course, now I'm getting hiccups, because that's gonna help my performance, clearly. I don't even know why I got hiccups suddenly. I haven't even drank anything in the past, like, 10 minutes. Anger hiccups. And, of course. I have to know. What determines whether that bat spawns or not? Am I genuinely just, like, taking one single step different some of the time when he doesn't show up, and then not taking that step when he does show up? Vice versa, whichever the correct of those two sentences is. If I even said it differently either time. Like, what the mess that sentence was, that should tell you how cooked I am at this point. Obviously, there are times like that where I just am already there and I wait and kill the bat. But those aren't the ones I'm talking about. Times where he just straight up does not spawn. Those are the ones that confuse me. I'm in like 4 attempts that we actually made any progress. Oh great, I got something I didn't want. I forgot that they can just sometimes randomly give you the axe there. Oh, I think they can randomly give you, like, most sub-weapons, actually. Hey, we're gonna die again now because I don't have stopwatch to dig out of this, and my timing was thrown off by that. So it all just fell apart. Now I've got shit whip again. That's what whip that does fucking nothing. This is gonna be your grab your free coins while you can if you haven't already claimed them. The window to get them is going to be closing very soon. This is going to be the last attempt here. This is when I suddenly just rush right through everything somehow. That's how last attempt always goes. If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. Wait, could I use the money? I say that despite the fact that it might be true. There is a chance that that actually works out, because it very frequently does end up working out that the last run is best run. Especially around here. Doesn't I have that much faith today, though. It's kind of been, you know, burned out of me a little bit with the previous and plus attempts on the generous side count-wise. It's definitely been more than 10 attempts, I'm pretty sure. And even if you're only counting continues as attempts, I'm pretty sure we've had more than 10 continues. Part of the trick here might be keeping the birds on screen, and like the one that's coming from the left. I think that limits how many birds appear. As you notice, we didn't see any flea men coming in from the left for a while. Oh, come on. That should have been clean. Oh well. Of course, the classic chips are down, I actually make progress again scenario. It isn't killing it super fast that gets... I was expecting money bags there. I didn't want them, but I was expecting them. I did forget to grab the health, but go grab it still. It's gonna burn more of our time. Oh, on. Oh, and they do contact damage. Great. Oh, that whole plan went to fucking shit now, didn't it? We basically ended up in the exact same position, except worse, because we're gonna have less hearts to work with. Not that they matter, because the ability doesn't work on the boss here anyway. I basically should've just went for it as I was, instead of annoying myself and making mental condition part worse instead. just a money bag, okay. Oh. Like, I feel like if that guy just did, like, 1 block less damage, this would be way better of a go for us. Our odds would be so much better. Like, it doesn't even have to be much less damage, it just has to be, like, 1 less, and he would be so much easier to deal with. So we've gotten close a couple times, but I just cannot, like, get the full lock going to win that for free. Without winning that cleanly like that, we just lose. Kills me in, like, 3 hits. Back off, Frankenstein. Damn it, but because I had to fend him off, we got screwed there. That was the closest we've gotten to actually doing well there, because I actually had something happening. Oh good, and I got money, which is fucking useless. Thanks, game. I'm so glad I have points that matter to fucking no one. Clearly what I need. Just gonna die again because just all the wrong timing. Matter. Like, I could have tried to back up and reset the situation, but it wouldn't have mattered. The amount of damage I took meant we were gonna just lose to the boss there anyway. And you may be thinking, that's a bold assumption to make. You might have been able to somehow turn it around. Good fucking joke on that one. I appreciate the faith, mystical person that may or may not exist that ever would have faith in me, but I got bad news for you. Reality disagrees. The track record shows that that would not be how that played out. Look at that. I got 3 hits right off the stop, and did a whole 3 hits of damage. Like, you don't get any more than just 1 block of damage at any point against him, but he just houses your health bar by comparison. Yeah, I've had it. Last call for free coins. Don't bother triggering any effects because they're not going to matter because I'm not pressing the continue button. While I pick out a raid target, I'm going to give y'all a little bit more time to grab free coins. If you haven't already. If the Castlevania section had gone low, I probably would. But I think we genuinely only got like an hour of Castlevania out of that, so well, I might split it, I might not. I also completely did not put up any part of yesterday's VOD, so there's no upload on the channel today. And I am now realizing that, and I'm very upset with myself. Somebody's just very slowly whacking on a metal drum, and I'm just, why though? Like, not with any rhythm or a beat or anything, just boom, boom. Have figuring out where if we I would rather raid. I haven't. A lot of that is for my blood. Like most smaller ones I have are unvetted. I'm not gonna do a blind raid. Like I have decent confidence in my capability to pick people to follow to begin with, but that doesn't mean I'm comfortable with that idea. So I think this might end up being a disappointing no raid day again. That's fine. So as mentioned, we'll be back on Monday with Final Fantasy 1. Probably do the grinding for that tonight, so that I can focus on doing everything else I need to do tomorrow without potentially forgetting to do the grinding. That would be a good idea, probably. Then Tuesday we continue Hollow Knight. Shouldn't really have too much to do for that at prep wise. Probably just gonna go right in as is. I debated doing some geo grinding, but I don't think there's any reason for that at the moment. Uh, then Thursday we were playing Peak with a bunch of the Gremlins. Friday we started the Archipelago with some of Dragon Council. Primarily, I have not done Archipelago. That Saturday, I was intending on doing another one on bonus like today was, but it very well turn into day 2 the Archipelago, depending on how that situation plays out. We'll figure it out. But thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Thank you for participating in crowd control. And I will see you all on Monday. Good night, everybody.